Hello, everyone, and welcome back, as always, to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top Gothic horror campaign. I'm Dragnacarta, your host and DM, and thank you for everyone for tuning in once again this week. I'm thinking that we've got some fun times ahead for you. We will see how it goes. As always, we'll have some more stuff for you after the break. But for now, I think we're all set and ready to dive in and get started with Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. And welcome back. And so, last we left off on Twice Bitten. Fleeing Vallaki in the wake of Ezek's death and the vampire attack on St. Andrew's Church, the companions travel to the Vistani encampment to the south of town, looking to uncover the source of the Vistani ability to seemingly travel beyond Barovia's mists. There, the party divided. Erthrendir leading a group to meet Casimir, the leader of a local Dusk Elf encampment, while Metreon and Kiva ascended the hill to meet the Vistani. At Casimir's humble cottage, the travelers learned of the tragic history of the Dusk Elves and their voyage to Barovia. Casimir informed them that Strahd von Zarevich had once been a cruel and powerful warlord, and, troublingly, that Barovia's walls of mist had rolled in shortly after his transformation into a vampire, imprisoning its residents ever since. Meanwhile, Metreon and Kiva joined Adrian Mardakov to meet Luvash and Aragul, the evident leaders of the Vistani encampment. Luvash offered to sell the two companions potions that would allow safe travel through Barovia's deadly mists, but at a steep price. Kiva, bargaining on the group's behalf, discovered that Luvash's young daughter, Arabelle, had gone missing the previous day, and secured the potions and a promise of escort to Barovia's borders, in exchange for a vow to return Arabelle safely home. The companions regrouped and made their way together to the Old Svalich Road in search of the missing Vistana girl. Their search along the eastern shore of the Luna River led them to Lake Zarevich, a dark northern lake overshadowed by the towering Mount Baratok. At a small beach just north of Vallaki, they confronted Bluto, a fisherman, and rescued Arabelle from a watery grave at his hands, where she would have been lost to the depths of the Lake Zarevich forever. Victorious and relieved, the party, alongside their new rescuee and traveling companion, made their way back to the Svalich Road to return to the Vistani for their reward. And so.
I would like to say on the way back to the camp, Metreon, who has not taken a drink at all until now, will offer some to Arabelle.
She glances at the wineskin for a moment, blinks innocuously at it, then looks up at you, sniffing. This is wine, yes?
Yeah, it's been a hard day for you, and I won't tell no one if you don't.
My father says I cannot drink wine until I am 13.
Well, your father's not around, is he?
Kiva just gives Metreon a look.
No pressure, love. Just, it's been a long day. And he goes back and drinks it.
She eyes the wineskin thoughtfully. Perhaps I shall take you up on that when I am 13, but not yet.
Hopefully I won't be around when you're 13. No offense, but...
With Arabelle making her way alongside you, occasionally walking a little bit faster to keep up with her younger, shorter legs, you make your way through the small trails carved through the southern woods beyond Valaki, making your way toward the Vistani encampment. As you do, you notice a fresh set of tracks carved through the muddy earth of these paths. And Kiva, you're reminded of the Mardikov's recent departure. Together, you make your way toward the end of the tree line, where, coming into view, you can see once more the small hill, atop which you can see the nestled red tent of the Vistani encampment surrounded by the barrel-topped wagons, and at its base, these small, humble Dusk Elf cottages, each one billowing a small stream of gray smoke into the foggy air.
Kiva
What are you all doing?
Crouches down and sort of offers her shoulders to Arabelle if like she wants to get sort of piggyback ride. She's in a very good mood right now, having found this little girl. She's like actually smiling and happy right now. And then if Arabelle accepts, she'll sort of carry her up to the camp and see her father.
Arabelle eyes you. I suppose this is an invitation for me to climb on your shoulders, yes?
Yes, love. Only if you want to, though.
I think that I would enjoy that. One moment. And she kind of very carefully kind of takes a hold of your upper arm and just kind of shifts her weight up, hugging your neck as she pulls herself onto your shoulders.
Kiva is trying very hard not to burst into motherly tears and carry her up. She's almost going to be sad to let her go.
Has anyone ever called you precocious in it?
She looks thoughtful for a moment. I don't believe so. Why do you ask?
Just asking.
Yeah, if they do, don't listen. It's very nice when you're 6, but gets much less pleasant when you're 26. Say, no, keep those smarts to yourself until you're ready to use them, and then knock them dead.
She looks thoughtful again. I shall consider that. So, sir, I am 7 years old, not 6.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah,
You're
get it right.
27. Oh, I'm deeply sorry.
Kiva
Apology is
shakes her head and just sort of surprised, like, oh my god, Earthen dear, how could you?
I know, I'm sorry. I didn't even think. He kind of grins at her. Let me lead. Let's head back up then, so we can bring this 7-year-old where she belongs.
Arabelle just nods and settles comfortably onto Kiva's shoulders, hugging a little bit harder and looking intently ahead. As you make your way forward, you see coming into view the familiar view of the guard outside the first house, who you recognize to be Saraz, the Dusk Elf guard who you had encountered earlier. As you approach, his eyebrows raise and he shifts his weight beneath his cloak. Well, that's a familiar face.
You mean
I
her?
reckon that...
Sorry, Metran looks back at Arabelle and then back at Saraz. You all know each other. Like, do you all get on?
Can't say that we've met personally, but I've had as good a description, and, well, I reckon your father will be mighty glad to have you back. He just gives Arabelle a curt nod, and she smiles and nods toward him. That is most appreciated. I am sure that I will look forward to seeing him as well. And Saraz
so much.
nods. I'm sure the others will be grateful. I'll let them know when they come back to camp. You watch as Arabelle blinks and tilts her head. Yes, there must have been others searching for me. Do you mean to imply, sir, that those of your community were joining the effort? And as Saraz nods, she nods considerately. That is really appreciated. I am grateful for your community's friendship. Strahd just kind of like eyes her with a bit of relief and another nod. And Arabelle turns back to Kiva, hugging her neck once again.
Kiva's just in awe of this tiny little like diplomat. She's so great. Okay, yeah, so then she'll just head right up. She's not gonna try to belabor it. Once they've checked in with the guards, she's just gonna head right up to Luvash and present the baby.
Yep.
Okay. Together, you make your way up the side of the hill, following the familiar wagon-carved trail up to its crest together. As you do, you see coming into place the assorted horses tethered to stone blocks, the wagons around you. You carefully sidestep a steaming pile of horse dung, Kiva, Arabelle's nose wrinkling slightly, as together you pass toward the side of the tent open to the exterior and pass by a number of empty casks of what appear to have been wine to make your way inside.
Well, what up, Windin?
Special delivery here.
As you enter, you can see a number of individuals within. You see a number of Vistani clustered on places on the dead grass. You can see the teenager Alexei, who had been bound to the pole at the center, just kind of sitting alone at one side, rubbing his wrists and wincing slightly as another Vistani tends to his back. Off to the other's corner, you see Luvash and Aragol, who have kind of clustered in on one side of the tent by one of the campfires, look up toward you. And as you make your announcement, Kiva, the interior of the tent, which had been abuzz with a very quiet, murmured conversation, immediately goes silent. And then Luvash stares at you for a moment and then charges you like a raging bull.
Kiva just can't help but like smile. I mean, she's like, she doesn't even try to move out of the way. She just sort of helps Arabelle get down off of her back, and it's just like, I mean, she's now fully crying at this point.
The second Arabelle's feet touch the ground, Luvash scoops her up, carrying her up and kind of spinning her around in this joyful circle. You can see his eyes are watering somewhat, his eyebrows up in his head. My little girl! Oh my gods, it's really you! You came back! Are you alright? Are you hurt? What happened? And he continues on that for another 30 seconds, and you hear Arabelle protesting, Father, it is alright, I'm not harmed, I'm quite well. These nice people, they helped me return. Luvash kind of interrogates her for a few more moments before holding her close to his chest. You can see him visibly struggling to hold his composure as you see small tears kind of dripping out of one of his eyes as he holds her tight. I was so worried. The woods, they are dangerous. You know that you're not supposed to go away in the woods. And then you hear Arabelle say, It was, there was a complication. I was not expecting to be off on my own. I will tell you later. But it was all thanks to these nice travelers. They were able to find me and bring me safely home. Luvash just blinks away tears as Arabelle points one of her little stubby fingers toward you. He fixes his eyes on kind of the motley crew you've gathered, his gaze lingering on Kiva last and longest. Thank you. I was not... Thank you for bringing my little girl home.
She's a very special girl you've got here, and I think I can speak for all of us when I say that we were happy to be able to reunite you.
Yeah, she's got a good head on her shoulders.
That she does. You watch as the somewhat shorter, more slender man, Ariel, comes over and places a hand on Lubash's shoulder and another finger on Arabelle's cheek. How is my favorite niece doing? I'm glad to see you home safe. Let us ensure that your father does not get carried away with himself, yes? And Arabelle kind of giggles and swats Aragorn's hand away in a, more childish view than you've seen before. Aragorn smiles and steps back.
Well, this was a lovely reunion, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we do have some business to discuss, yeah?
Luvash blinks and then nods. He kind of plants a kiss on Arabelle's forehead and then puts her down on the ground beside him, holding her close. Yes, of course. I would, whatever I can do for you. Please.
Well, let's get the carriage going then, yeah? How long is it going to take to set it up? 20 minutes, 30?
He hesitates for a moment. There might be a bit of a problem with previous arrangements.
What problem with previous
What
arrangements?
What problem?
The potions I mentioned, they aren't as potent as they could be. But I assure you that we have many other wishes that we could offer you.
What do you mean not
if
potent? What do you mean not potent?
It is, these things can be variable sometimes. There are sometimes some issues with the production.
Okay, Earthrendeer wants to see if that's at all true.
Make an insight check.
All right, so you can't give us the potions, but you can travel the mist yourselves, so we can just get in the carriage and you can take us.
I thought that was the original plan. I thought that's what we were negotiating for.
We didn't negotiate for potions, we negotiated for safe passage in a carriage.
That, Earthrendeer, would you roll?
Natural 1, so a 1.
As far as you can tell, he seems to be sheepish, but he's hard to read. There's a lot of conflicting emotions on his face right now. And in response to Kiva and Metreon, he coughs again and says, that is not entirely how it works. You see, the Vistani, we have a special exemption of sorts, but it is not one that I could choose to extend to you even if I wished it.
What are you saying?
What do you mean exemption? What are you talking about?
It is a special arrangement, you might say. Believe me, if I could employ it as a measure of gratitude for what you have done for my family, I would. But it is not within. It is not possible. I am.
You knew this the
very
whole
sorry.
time. You know what? Maybe you ought to go swimming in the lake. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and cast suggestion.
Metreon!
Oh, God.
My eyes go kind of darker and my voice gets a little bit bassier.
All right. As soon as you say that, you watch as Luvash's eyes go wide and Aragorn's form blurs with motion. I need you to make a initiative roll for me, please.
Sure.
Oh my
Almost.
god.
Yeah, just Metreon for now.
Kiva's just going to try to, keep Arabelle out of whatever this conflict is.
Oh, weird. Just a moment. I didn't realize it doesn't let me do it unless there's
Okay.
a combat thing.
It's a wisdom saving throw, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Six.
Gotcha.
Did you roll a d10 for initiative?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes. yeah,
Yes, you might
I
want to
did.
roll a d20.
Probably. That might be nice. $17, much better.
There we are.
All right. You cast the spell, and as you do, you watch as the rest of you watch as his eyes turn black, and as he speaks, a small trail of blackish fog expels from his mouth, sliding through the air before Luvash, stepping back, inhales it as it rolls up his nostrils and into his eyes. He hesitates for a second, and then the rest of you watch as Aragorn's form blurs, and in the blink of an eye after the spell finishes, Aragorn has drawn a short sword and has now held it against Metreon's neck.
Hey, listen. It's just business.
Whatever
alright?
you just did to my brother, I would suggest you remove it before I remove your esophagus. And as you look down, you can actually feel a bit of slickness. And Kiva, beside Metron, you can see the short sword glints with a faint greenish fluid.
All right. Why don't we just take a moment? Metreon, undo what you just did.
Luvash is already walking toward the
frustrated.
exit of the tent.
Someone stop him.
God damn it! Earthrendir, tries to grab onto him.
Kiva is now trying to step between the blade and Metreon and Aragol.
Lillison is
Alright,
going to look at all of this and then just turn and walk out of the tent.
Look, we're all a little frustrated right now that we've been lied to, okay? We've been through a lot. We brought the girl back safely. I think you can lower your sword and we can talk about this.
I will lower my sword when your friend here drops whatever magic he has wrought.
Metreon, drop it.
Metreon is looking Aragol dead in his eyes and hesitates for a little bit of time. Kind of gives him a bit of a smirk out of the corner of his mouth. Fine. Come back then. And when he says that, the spell drops.
The spell drops, and Luvash starts coughing, holding both hands to his chest and glancing around.
Hey, I know, it feels awful. It's gonna be alright. Just take a second to breathe.
He turns toward Metron and immediately starts stomping toward him.
Kiva stands in the way again. Oh my god, these men.
What in the hell did your friend do to me?
He tried to make you go swim in a lake. We're frustrated you lied to us. Calm down.
Let's just talk this out.
Yeah, listen.
We could have talked this out before we went there. Listen, I'm
Metreon.
glad that you've got your little girl, but you could have fucking saved us a lot of fucking grief.
Metreon, there is a time to say that, and it is before you tried to enchant him.
The time they could have told us that they was fucking lying to us was before we went out there.
Maybe. But I don't think that helps anyone right now.
You know, I'm thinking Ismark was pretty right about you all.
For fuck's sake.
Fuck off.
All right, look. Kiva's going to try to pull Luvash aside away from this tension moment. Please.
As you do, he kind of leans down toward you. I am in a good mood right now because of what you did for my daughter, but I would suggest you ask your friend to leave before I lose my temper.
Kiva's going to turn to Metreon and just say, just give me a minute.
Oh, no, it's all good, love. You talk to them all you like. I'm going to go find Arena and Ismark. And Metreon kind of casts a bit of a shit-eating grin at both Luvash and Aragel, and kind of gives them the two-finger salute as he walks out of the tent and goes to find Ismark and Arena.
Lillison watches him very carefully as he walks out of the tent.
Once they're a little more alone, Kiva will then pull him even further away from if Metreon were to come back in or if anyone were to start, fighting again.
So you offered a way out of this place in exchange for us finding a daughter, which is pretty reasonable because you wanted to motivate people to save your daughter from being imminently murdered. But given that we've done that, I think you owe us something. Especially since you lied to us.
Yeah, you mentioned potions, and they're not potent. How could they be that way? We have magic, not just Pym. We could help you if that's something you need.
Or it's just a scam. Right?
Luvash doesn't quite meet Kiva's eyes, but he does mumble under his breath, I cannot fix the potions.
Alright. Okay, so let's rephrase the thing then. You cannot bring us out of here, correct? Because of your agreement. And
I cannot bring you out of Bolivia because the one who has the sole power to do that has not granted permission.
great.
So how do you get his permission?
As I said, my people have a special history. I cannot say the same for you.
All right. If that's the case, and you could not bring us with you, is there any information you could give that would lead us to being able to get out of here? How to gain the favor you have, or just other knowledge? Anything at all?
If you are looking for a way to escape, there is none. If you are not... If the Lord of the Castle is not given his grant to you, then the mists are as walls to you.
Look, I've been told that these mists weren't even always here, probably. So, at some point, something happened that made them come. So, something can happen that can make them go away too. Maybe you don't know anything about that, in which case... She just grunts.
All right. You can't let us out, and well, I don't think we're getting the master's favor. But we did do you a pretty significant service. Do you have... What else do you have to offer?
Safe passage to Krezk. Krezk. I don't know why I said it like that.
What?
He frowns. If you are looking for passage to Krezk, then I believe that would be in my power to offer, yes. My people know how to travel these roads without attracting the attention of the dark things within.
In like wagons, carriages, so that we don't have to walk on the road and get attacked by werewolves.
That... He frowns and glances toward Aragorn, who murmurs something quietly in his ears. Luvash sighs and nods. That could be arranged, but it would take some time.
That's
We do
fine.
not have any recent arrivals, and most of those who remain here do so for many years. We would need to gather horses, find willing volunteers. It would not be until tomorrow morning at the earliest.
That's fine. You can offer us safe residence here tonight, maybe some food and some drink, because we're hungry and thirsty.
He nods. Very well. On one condition.
Sure. What?
Your friend does not enter my camp.
What do you mean he doesn't enter your camp? He's already in the camp.
He can stay with the elves for all I care, but he does not enter my tent. He does not enter my wagons. He may come with us, wherever it takes you, but he walks.
No, that sounds pretty good.
Fine. Fine.
Then I will see to it. And tomorrow morning, I will see that you have safe passage to Krezk.
Thank you, Luvash.
Just to be clear, did this deal also include us getting a wagon out of it, or just the temporary wagon?
Temporary.
Oh, darn. We can already walk to Krezk ourselves. I don't see what we're actually getting out of this. This is one journey, Amity sort of says to her companions.
Look, they just said they can avoid all of his creatures, and if they have his favor, maybe we get some safety on the way. And we have an army of people who can defend us, or at least a handful.
Hold on. What's our... He kind of... Earthendeer scratches his chin. I don't know about y'all, but I am running low on cash. Even if we get to Krezk, there's no guarantee we're going to be able to afford whatever we need to do to... Well, whatever. You think we could push for gold?
I can try that. If you guys explain to Metreon the situation,
Oh, I'll explain it to him.
Maybe I can take care of getting some wages out of this.
There's something else.
Yeah.
We know that there's some Vistani who serve Strahd and act as spies, and I don't know. Maybe these people aren't them, but maybe we can ask him if he can call the other Vistani off from spying on us.
That's a good idea.
No, it is not.
Why not?
Because it lets on that we know.
That's a good point.
Listen. The only advantages we have right now are information. That means we need to keep it close to the chest. If they don't know that we know they're spying on us, then they might get sloppy. They might make mistakes. Once they do, they're going to be a lot more careful.
Okay, so just gold for right now.
Yeah.
And obviously we're going to have food and stuff tonight, and we can make sure that Metreon gets some as well.
Sure. And Kiva, you can do this. You're going to do great. And he's going to pass her a die of Bardic Inspiration.
Oh my goodness. All right, so once this is decided, she'll go back to Luvash and ask if she can talk to him again. Just the two of them this time.
All right. As you break your impromptu group huddle, Luvash watches you cautiously, but doesn't otherwise respond as you approach.
Look, I have a feeling that you and I could have an understanding that the other people in my group can't.
Perhaps. What is it that you want of me?
2 favors. One is for the good of my group, and one is selfish, I might admit.
I cannot guarantee that I will grant either one, but you might as well ask.
We're going to need money. Anything you might be able to spare. I know this place is brutal for everyone, even those who have somehow gotten his favor. But if we're stuck here, we need to find a way to survive. And perhaps you can help us with that. After all, it isn't really any trouble for you to go through the woods. You guys know how to avoid these things, so you escorting us isn't really out of your wheelhouse. Some additional funds for the safe return of your daughter would be appreciated.
He closes his eyes. You have already asked much of me. It is already a risk to me to be assisting you as much as I am. I will not go further. Is this meddling you ask for? Is this... I had offered you a choice from the treasures that my community holds. You chose to ask for another favor. We will give what you have asked for. No more.
Is there something I can do to convince you otherwise?
He raises an eyebrow. My people are merchants. If you have something to sell, we might buy, but beyond that, no.
Okay, well, we might have something that we can sell or put together, but the second favor, could I spend some time with Arabelle? I just, she's quite a lovely girl, and, it would mean a lot to me.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, God. Oh my God, it's a natural 20.
There you go.
For a total
21. 21 total.
Luvash closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and then slowly exhales. When he opens them again, his face is still somewhat stony, but there's a bit of tiredness to his eyes. Well, she does seem to like you somewhat. Perhaps. I must ensure that she is safe and unharmed, as she says first, but Perhaps this evening, if she is open to being more active, I am sure that she would not dislike company. She is quite the social one.
You're more than welcome to join us as well, of course. I know I'm appreciative of anyone who shows us kindness, even if you lied at first.
Shakes his head. I must stick to my family, and, well, you have your own path ahead.
Kiva is just going to nod, and then she'll give him a small little kiss on the cheek, not like in a, like a flirty way, but just like an understanding. She's a mom. And then she'll walk away.
He just watches you go for a long, lingering few moments, and then out of the corner of your eye, you see Arabelle tug on his sleeve, and he kneels down to begin speaking softly to her. And then you rejoin the group.
All right, yeah, so Kiva will just come back and say, it's no luck on the money. I tried.
That's fine.
But if he did say that his people are merchants, so if we have things to sell, we might be able to get a little bit of something. I mean, I know I've still got those scrolls or whatever, and I've got that staff that I took from that druid lady, so I don't know, maybe we can get a little something.
Not a bad point. I've got He kind of looks into his bag. Clothes. Sold my longbow in Valaki. Kind of need my wand.
We'll come up with something.
Yeah. I'll go tell Metreon. He kind of starts walking down the hill.
All right, as you exit the tent, you can see Metron. You said you were going to join Ismark and Irina.
Yes.
They have been waiting at the bottom of the hill, and they greet you. Ismark blinking, and Irina frowning. Did something happen? Is everything all right?
Well, we should have listened to you first and foremost. They tried to... the whole thing was a scam, a ruse, No way out, no magical potions to get us out of the mists, nothing. Just nothing.
Irina frowns, followed by Ismark, who just shakes his head, snorts, and crosses his arms, taking occasional glances at the tree line and studiously, occasionally throwing a suspicious glance back up to the top of the hill. But otherwise, they remain quiet.
Yeah,
After a few minutes, are you doing anything while you're waiting, or?
No, I was just going to say he was going to be in a similar position, just kind of like digging the toe of his boot through the mud and the grass, and just kind of like looking around and just kind of feeling the same sort of hopelessness as they are.
Mm-hmm. Who was heading down to join Metreon?
Erthrendir was.
Kiva would follow after a little bit, but let her go.
So, Metron, after a few minutes, you do see Erthrendir making his way down the hill toward you.
So what, are they going to tie me to something and flog me too?
Nah. They're going to take you for the passage to Krezk, but you're not to enter the camp. That's it.
And already in camp? Well, you mean a tent? What? Fuck
the
them.
tents. Yeah.
Fuck them.
I can see if Casimir will let you stay in his house. He's a reasonable chap.
Yeah, wait, the one that you was talking to before?
Yeah, that one. He's a nice man. I'm sure he'd have a spare bed or something.
I mean, I can make do out here. He seems like a bit of a dour folk. But listen, it's, what, fuck them. It's fine. You know what? I'll stay out here. You all have your fun. If you stony it up, whatever you want to do, I'll be fine.
Great. You do that. He kind of turns to walk away. We'll get you some food. And
Appreciate
Metreon,
it. Yeah.
one more thing.
Yeah.
if you ever try what you did to him on one of us for any reason, I will cut out your fucking throat. Are we clear?
Crystal, babe. Crystal.
Great.
You sounded just like him, too. Yeah. Go on, then.
He closed his eyes. Don't fuck in my mind. Don't even think about it. We'll get you food. And he just walks up the hill.
Yeah, Metron just sort of watches him go up there, clicking his forked tongue a bit, and very slowly turns back to Ismark and Irina. Sorry about that, inner party troubles and all that. Well, you should head up there with them. Get some food, get some wine, get some whatever.
They exchange glances. Ismark opens his mouth, and then Irina says, "You know what? I think I will. Not a bad idea. I suppose I will see you up there later, Metron?"
Probably not.
Oh. Well, perhaps I will...
See you on the road.
Right. She spares you a glance, and then a quick glance at Ismark, who is looking like he wants to protest, and then just drops his hand helplessly at his side as she turns and begins making her way up the hill.
Yeah, is there a tree anywhere nearby? Like a taller tree?
Oh yeah, for sure. There are many tall pine trees bordering the hill.
Yeah, Metron takes a few moments, watches them go up the hill, kind of looks around, seeing just kind of the spots of different like I guess encampments or whatever, and then goes to find a tree, and he's gonna go ahead and try and climb up it.
All right. It's easy enough. It takes you a few minutes. You're not the most athletic of tieflings, but with some time, you manage to find one with low enough branches that you can kind of clamber up onto and just begin making your way up to the boughs of the canopy. There's a bit of prickling as some of the pine needles kind of twist and prick against your skin, but you're eventually able to make your way up to a stable enough branch, maybe 15, 20 feet off the ground.
Yeah, and he'll stay low enough so that he's not like completely concealed or trying to stealth. He's just kind of like trying to get away from people right now, but he wants to kind of keep himself like within view of the main path.
All right. I'd say you're able to do so reasonably easy. All right. Is that all you're doing for now?
Yeah, I'll wait until someone else comes out if they decide to bring me food.
Okay. With that, the rest of you, is there anything, Kiva, you said you were looking to make your way down at some point. What are Amity and Lillison doing?
Lillison probably followed behind Erthrindir on the way down, at a enough of a distance that she wasn't part of the conversation, but ideally could have heard the whole thing.
Oh, he was pretty loud on the last bit. That's probably audible.
Yeah, I mean, if Lillison was outside of the tent, I imagine she would have at least heard a glancing bit of the conversation.
Yeah, and after Metron climbs his tree, she's just watching him climb. Then she walks over to like another tree, probably about 30 feet away, just stands with her back to it and just chills.
Okay. At this point, I believe Amity and Kiva, you see Erthrinder beginning to make his way back up the hill toward you. Lillison and Metreon have since exited and descended.
He knows.
Amity's going to ask Ismark something within your sight of whoever's around.
Making your way down the hill to join Ismark? I know what Kiva was thinking, making her down. Are you all just going to exit the tent at this point?
Sure, we're in a pretty safe area, yeah.
Okay. You make your way out, and as you do, you see Irina making her way up. She blinks. Oh, are we all going back down then?
I wanted to ask. Actually, you might know this too. So, I was trying to find out if anyone here knows what made the mist appear in the first place. Do you know if there's anyone who's like old enough, like maybe some other elf, to have seen it appear, or maybe even the mist around that one house we got stuck in?
She frowns. Truth be told, I don't know. I mean, I didn't have any idea that the Dusk Elves were here before we got here. I'd never really been out of the village much. I suppose that, well, Ismark seems to believe that we will find some manner of protection at this abbey in Krezk. I don't know what is there, but I've heard that some abbeys might have libraries or some kind of information. It's a long shot, but who knows? Maybe there might be something they know.
All right, let's hope so.
Yeah, Kiva had a plan to go see Metreon, and then Irina walked in, and that plan was gone. So she'll just smile at Irina and just sort of hold out a hand and say, "Have a drink with me."
Irina nods and gives you a small, slightly uncertain smile. All right.
And yeah, she's gonna go get some wine from one of these casks that isn't empty.
Unfortunately, as you ask around, you find that. Let me double check this. You ask around the encampment for the sake of brevity, and you find that there is no more wine left in the camp.
Damn, these people really like to party. All right, so a little sheepishly, she's like, "Okay, I guess we're not drinking. I don't know, what else do people do in these situations when there's no alcohol?"
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem to be too bad of a day. Maybe we could just sit on the side of the hill and look at the forest.
Yeah, as long as you don't mind the company, of course.
Not at all. Truth be told, I mean, it's nice to have someone to talk to right now. Ismark's been acting a bit strange.
Well, why don't we go sit and you can talk to me all about it?
All right. And she nods, and together the two of you make your way to the side of the hill to take a seat facing the dark woods of the Svalich Woods. Lillison is still, and Metron are still kind of vibing in the trees, or beneath the trees, as it were.
Yep.
I imagine.
Yeah. Just sipping away at his wineskin casually, just looking at the encampment, seeing if there's anyone else who's kind of coming around. Would I see Lillison from where I'm at?
I imagine you could see where she went, and like kind of looking through the trees, you can probably catch a glimpse of her, just because you're not too deep in the woods, but it's not a very clear shot.
Okay. Yeah, so then I'll just kind of hang out on a branch. I'll wrap my tail around it a little bit so I can kind of keep my balance. But yeah, I'm just kind of sipping my wine, being angsty.
All right, beautiful. All right. With that, Erthrindir and Amity, is there anything you're doing?
Yeah. Once Erthrindir kind of sees people split off for the hill, he kind of starts to follow Kiva and Irina, and then just kind of stops, chuckles a little, and then goes to find Amity.
Yeah, Amity's seeing if she can find Arabelle and just lend her fable book for some light reading.
As you make your way back toward the tent, you do find Luvash and Arabelle making their way out of the tent toward one of the wagons. You do just barely manage to catch them. Luvash frowns. What is it?
It's just if Arabelle knows how to read, then I imagine I was just offering to lend my little book of fairy tales
Lavash eyes it slightly suspiciously, but Arabelle happily holds out both of her hands. I am told that I quite enjoy fairy tales and other mystical stories. I would greatly appreciate such a book.
Amity hands it over. You're told that you greatly appreciate fairy tales.
Oh, yes, I also appreciate them, but it has been commented on. And she kind of glances up to Lavash. Father, would you read these to me tonight? She blinks at you a few times, just looking like, what the fuck just happened? And then somewhat awkwardly chuckles and places a big hand on his daughter's shoulder. Yes, my duckling, I would be more than glad to read a few of these stories to you. He gives you a lingering glance and then just says, thank you. I presume that I shall return these to you tomorrow morning.
Of course. Have fun.
He nods, and together they begin making their way toward one of the wagons before vanishing around the other side of the tent. And at this point, Amity, I believe you do see Earthrendir approaching you. Is there
Yo.
anything that you would like to do?
Hey, Amity, what's up?
Oh, hey. Not much. Just lent my book to Arabelle and Livosh for some nighttime reading. How about you?
Not much. I was gonna see, actually. Once we get dinner and everything, I was gonna see if I could use the last few piece of my gold to find a musician or a storyteller around here and see if they'd mind either playing us something. You want to come?
Of course.
All right. Well then,
My little heart.
let's go.
I love.
And he kind of like unconsciously grabs her hand. All right, I think I saw some folks this way. Come on.
All right, where are the two of you going?
I think we're right. They haven't come back, have they? The tent. Is the camp like abandoned?
Which camp? Like
The Vistani most of the Vistani haven't come back, right?
I mean, yeah. By this point, it seems to be a little bit more populated, but it doesn't seem to be like a full center of life at the moment.
Okay, then yeah, Earthrendir is gonna wait a little until like things are a bit more lively, and then once they are, he's gonna see if he can find like a musician or a storyteller and get them to kind of start something. He has been jonesing for some music for a long time, and yeah.
All right, we will come back to that. Put a pin in that for now, but we will come back to that. Kiva, you and Irene are able to find a quiet place on the side of the hill. Behind you, you can see Earthrendir and Amity kind of making their way back toward the tent. At the base of the hill, you can just faintly see Lillison leaning against one of the trees, and Metreon actually seems to be in one of the trees. But beyond that, the side of the hill seems to be quiet.
Kiva makes a big show of like taking her cloak off and making a blanket for Irina to sit on and sort of like present this massive, beautiful throne cloak to her.
Irina giggles softly. Huh, that does look more comfortable. But truth be told, it's not that muddy. I've always preferred feeling the grass. It feels a bit. It feels like it reminds you where you are. You know.
Kiva just says, "Suit yourself," and lays down on the cloak and just sort of looks up at the sky.
You know, I never really thought that I would find myself outside of Barovia. But my village, that is.
Well, other than the horrible nightmare creatures and the vampires attacking the church and being kidnapped, how has your journey been?
It has been, well, removing all of the horrendously unpleasant parts. If nothing else, I found some friends. She purses her lip. I learned some things. It's funny. On the one hand, it has been terrifying. On the other hand, I feel like I'm closer than I ever was to finding something that I was looking for but didn't realize.
Kiva just looks over at her, and the only example I can have of it is a moment from The Office. Just Michael
yes.
Scott is looking at Holly at the picnic.
Like peering through the blind. Oh, yes, gotcha.
No, just like the way when they're sitting next to each
Mhm.
other. And then she looks away and just says, you gotta hold on to those things, the positives. You know, I have been on the run for so long that I sort of forgot what it felt like to stop. It's kind of nice, actually.
It's strange. I'm not sure how to feel. I'm... On the one hand, it's not like any of us are really at peace here. But on the other hand, it's nice to be able to take a moment to breathe. We'll hope that nothing happens tonight, that we all survive to see the morning, and then we'll be off somewhere else. I just wish that I...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to say that I wish that I wish that it did not have to be this way. I know that you said that you've been so used to running, but it would be nice, I think, to just be able to sit on a hill and, not have to worry about what comes next.
Look, I will happily stay here with you for as long as you want. So. And look, I hope I don't want to make you uncomfortable, obviously. I respect what you said and how you feel, and so if I'm ever making
No,
you
you're not. You're not. Actually, I had a question I wanted to ask you.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Forgive me if it's a bit too forward, but... And you can say that you're not sure if you're not sure, but... If you could have... No, that's not the right question. I know that I said that it feels like I'm looking for something, and... Well, there have been some things that we both found out that I wasn't entirely expecting. But I know that I'm not the only person in the world. So, if you know, what are you looking for, Kiva? What do you want to find?
Oh,
I mean, it's weird. Just know that the way that my father always said was that life is like a road, and you never know what's at the other end. And there are branches and forks, but you can find something waiting for you. And I was just curious.
Kiva looks like she's going to say something and then stops herself. I don't know. I thought at one point I was looking for a home and a family and love and then death. I'm looking for a way out of here. I wasn't expecting to find some of the things I'd found along the way. I don't really know. I think, I'm not sure if I'm one of those people that's meant to find a purpose. if that makes any sense.
She looks thoughtful for a moment. Well, maybe there's not a purpose you're meant to find. Maybe you get to make one. No one ever told me what the rules are, so you know what? Those are the rules. You get to make your own purpose. Finding one. That's who needs that?
See, that's what I was trying to tell you. You know, we just gotta... I don't know. If you could do anything in the world right now, what would you do?
Oh, that's a really tough question. Oh, anything right now. It's funny. Growing up, I thought that the thing I wanted most was to see my mother again. And I still do. I loved her for whatever time that I had her. Not that I remember it well. If I could have anything right now, I mean, if I could have anything, and what that I wanted right now, and she closes her eyes. I suppose I told you that Ismark was acting strange, right?
Right.
I wasn't sure at first. It started after we met up again at the inn after you rescued me. And I haven't been sure. He seemed a bit distant. He's felt hesitant, and my brother has never been hesitant. He's been smart, he's been wary, but he's never been stuck in place. And I've been thinking about it, and ever since the lake, I think I know why. He's scared. Not for him, but for me, and I'm so appreciative of that, and I love him. I just, if I could have anything, I would want him to stop having to worry about me. Because I know he worries. I know he worries so much, and if I could do anything to lift whatever burden he thinks he has to bear. I don't know. If I could, then I don't know what that would look like.
Well, my first thought is I need to teach you how to be a lot more selfish. And my second thought is... Look, I can't imagine that there is not a single person on this earth who would not worry about you the moment they met you. Not because you're weak or in need of saving, but there's something about you, Irina. Something that is worth fighting for.
You're, I'm not sure what to say to that, but thank you. I guess if there is one thing that I could say is that, well, I don't know if it's by choice, and I know you said that you weren't sure what you were looking for, but it seems you've also found other things to fight for. And she kind of turns and scans the tree line. You see her gaze kind of rest on Metron and Lillison. And for a moment, you recall seeing Erthrindir and Amity. And you kind of glance back, like, where are they? And at that point, you hear the sound of two voices rising in song from the barrel-topped wagons behind you. As Erthrindir and Amity successfully locate a pair of Vistani, one with a strange, lengthy carved horn that appears to be made of some kind of bone, the other one bearing a large lyre. And together, as the sound of the music from the Vistani camp begins to wind through the air, the sound of Amity and Erthrindir's voices rising in song, Irina glances back toward them, smiling, and says, I think you found some other things to protect as well.
Kiva gives them a look, but she comes right back to Irina and says, yeah, you're right. I'm lucky that I have people that I can rely on.
For sure. And she just kind of sits back and kind of curls the grass and earth through her fingers and looks over at the dark trees and the forest line. And she just sighs and watches the wind rustle through the tree branches for a moment. And for that moment, it seems to be enough for her.
Oh, man. Kiva's fucking heart is just shattered into pieces. Yeah, she'll just sort of sit silently for as long as she can possibly bear it.
After a few moments, she does say, just staring toward the trees, Kiva?
Yes, Irina.
She glances toward you. You're a good person, all right? Never let anyone tell you otherwise.
I haven't ever believed someone when they've said that, but I could try for
What
you.
I mean is, I don't think you need to try. I think you've already proved it. Many times over.
All right, well, I should go before I do something I will regret. Look.
And
Yes?
yes? No, you, I was going to make a bad joke. You first.
Look, I'm gonna say this one more time, and then I'm never gonna say it again. I think you are the most beautiful person I've ever known. And I would never force you, obviously, but if you change your mind, and look, I'll always wait for you. And it would be an honor to be by your side for as long as you'll have me. And then she's just gonna leave. She can't. She doesn't
Irina
want to get a response.
stands
She can't.
and instantly grabs your shoulder.
Okay.
And as she does, she hugs you from behind, not intimately, but carefully and with warmth, and just says quietly, I know that you would never do anything to hurt me, and I can't change who I am, Kiva, and I know that you can't change who you are either, and I know you respect that, and I respect that about you, but I know that I can't be what you're looking for, but I know that you'll find someone who is. Okay? So please, I know that there's something at the end of your road, and if there isn't, you'll put it there.
Your optimism is infectious.
Arena just uncertainly steps away. I think that you need maybe, well, you told me to be more selfish, so I guess I get to tell you to be more optimistic.
She just gives Irina a very sad smile and squeezes her arm a little bit, and then she's gonna go try to find Arabelle and leave that conversation where it was.
Irina watches you go and doesn't say anything more to stop you. And after a few moments, you hear her sit back down on the grass again. Okay, and Kiva, you were going to find who? Arabelle?
Yeah, she's gonna go find the baby.
All right. Asking around, you do get some occasional glances, and as you do, you make your way past what seems to be a small group of Vistani that have gathered off to one side of the tent between several of the wagons. And Erthrindir and Amity, what kind of music arrangement have you put together?
Erthrindir was... Erthrindir kind of consults with Amity on this, but he was looking for something upbeat and lively, like some with... I mean, of course he'll help, but he was looking more to, like, pay them to play it, not necessarily join in himself.
Gotcha. My apologies for assuming.
No,
in that case, you do find Vistani who are happy to play. They don't seem to require payment.
Erthrindir pays
Arabelle's
them
return,
anyway.
there is... All right, they will happily accept whatever you're willing to give. But given Arabelle's return, there does seem to be an atmosphere of joy and celebration throughout the camp.
All right. And yeah, once the music starts, Erthrindir just kind of turns to Amity humming. They got some good instruments for this one, don't they?
Uh-huh. I do like the upbeat mixed with are those like panpipes or flute? I don't even know what kind of wind instrument that is.
I couldn't tell a clarinet from a bassoon. I cannot help you. But you're right, I do like it. And on that front, he kind of steps back and very formally and ostentatiously bows, extending a hand. Might I ask you if you'd like to dance?
Well, if you put it like that, Amity sort of bows and takes his hand.
All right. He squeezes it, grinning. All right. You ever dance much before?
Not actually that much, no. I'm probably going to step on your feet a lot.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You'll be fine. Dance, it does not matter. It's about the emotion you put into it, trust me. Just have a good time. That's the bit that matters. Technique is for lamers. You are not lame. Yeah, he kind of pulls her in and I suppose dances.
All right. And there is indeed a festive sound to the instrumentation as several of the Vistani join and clap and join in songs of their own, some others taking up instruments and joining those that were already playing. Amity, if you'd like to dance, you may.
Oh yeah, Amity's gonna go for some really energetic stuff where she gets to spin around a bunch. I don't know if this jives at all with the moves that Erthrindir's doing.
Erthrindir looked like he was going in for something like complex, but the moment he saw Amity just sort of start to go for it, he just starts laughing to himself, like pulls his hair back and joins her. Swing
your partner round and round.
Oh god, don't. You're bringing back memories.
Kiva, as you make your way back toward the circle, you do see Erthrindir and Amity dancing and having what seems to be a great time as the Vistani around gather and join and engage each other in conversation. Toward the back of the group, you do see Luvash with Arabelle on his shoulders. She seems to be watching the crowd of the musicians with some enjoyment and interest.
Yeah, she would just sort of go and stand with Luvash and Arabelle. Just stick close to them for the night.
All right.
Earthendeer would try and invite her, but kind of once he saw her facial expression, he just, nah, that's not a dancing mood.
As you look up at them, you see that Arabelle seems to be clutching something close to her chest. And on closer inspection, you see that you recognize it as Amity's Book of Fables and Fairy Tales.
Aww.
Aww.
You mentioned that at some point we should go and get drinks and dinner.
Yeah. He kind of seems reluctant to slow down, but he does. He bows to her.
No, we
again.
don't have to stop now.
Oh.
But I mean, did you want this to be that?
To be what?
Maybe I totally misread the situation. But I sort of 1/4 thought you might be, well, this being some kind of Amity blushes too hard.
Earthendeer kind of like looks at her for a long moment, and then realization hits. Oh. Well.
No, it's fine. It can be. It doesn't have to be anything.
No, you don't. It's not that I don't want it to be. I just didn't know. I didn't want to assume, and also there's a whole bundle of complications that I can't even start to bring in. We're just stuck in a hellscape.
No, you have your sending stone.
What? Mural? God, no, we're not that. We might have been at one point, but not even. But he kind of like stops looking at her seriously for a moment. Look, I'll give it to you up front then. I don't want to make promises. I don't know what we're walking into, and also I've been alone for a very long time, and so I don't know if I'm feeling something real or just the result of me finding someone who's gorgeous and fun to be around and just beautiful. But I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm gonna know. But I'd like to try this, whatever it is, if you don't.
All right, let's try it. And I mean, whether this is a date or something else, I mean, let's just have fun and be. I was told the most important thing is that we should be open and really honest with each other, and then whatever we want to call it, we can call it.
Yeah. Earthendeer looks immensely relieved. Yeah, I just didn't want to. He kind of blushes. Elves, well, at least, we're all very about long-term commitment, so I didn't want to promise you the world, although I'd like to. But then he just realizes what he said. Want to go get dinner?
Well, maybe it'll turn into something. Let's get dinner.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. He just kind of walks towards the tent, ramming into the walls of one of the tent poles before adjusting himself, and then going the different direction.
Okay. And so Kiva, or Earthendeer and Amity make their way to go rustle up some grub, which you are able to obtain rather easily, especially given your prior conversation with Luvash. Kiva, is there anything else you're looking to do at the moment?
No, she's just hanging out with the squad of father and daughter.
Gotcha. Luvash does eye you a bit skeptically, but Arabelle seems content to enjoy your company and occasionally kind of points out small observations to you. and overall, it seems to be a comfortable vibe. With that, the afternoon does begin to turn to evening, beginning as dusk begins to approach and nightfall grows nearer. Is there anything more any of you would like to do this afternoon or late in the day?
Erthrendir, at some point after the dancing, will remember that he promised to bring the three of them grub, and kind of says to Amity, "Hey, you want to go grab? We should probably get food for the others, shouldn't we?"
Oh, well, we should get food for the others. I mean, so I was assuming that we might want to have. How do elven dates work? I was imagining that we would just be eating food.
Oh, I mean, yeah, no, of course, but we bring them food so that we can go have our food.
We'll bring them food.
And then do that. And
then
elven dates work a wide variety of ways.
And then we'll say, now we've got to get some for ourselves, because we can only carry this much for you.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we need, like, an excuse, but yeah, that sounds good. Good plan. Erthrendir's, like, kind of got a faraway look in his eyes. He's obviously, like, a little giggly. Alright. And I guess with that, I'll grab some food and head down to the hill to Metreon and Lillison.
Yeah. Was all of this in view of Lillison and Metreon?
There's no way that most of it was, right?
Amity and Erthrendir's situation would not be. By now, Kiva's long since vanished from view. Irina's just been kind of sitting and vibing on the side of the hill. Ismark has just been like... You saw him was kind of like standing at the base of the path for a little while, and then just kind of withdrew to the base of one of the trees, like occasionally glancing up at Irina on the hill, glancing back at the road, keeping a hand on his sword, and just kind of looking very uncertain. And at some point, you do see Erthrendir and Amity coming down the hill with what seems to be food.
Hey guys! How are y'all doing?
Where's the other one? Lillison. And you can hear in his voice that he's a bit slurred now.
Can Erthrendir see Lillison?
Lillison is not hiding. She is sitting at the base of a tree not far away with her book open in her lap. If the music was audible from here, she would have been looking up every so often towards the camp and smiling.
About 50 feet away from you. But yeah, we've got you some food if you want to come down.
Yeah, Metreon starts to kind of unwrap his tail and tries to slide down as gracefully as he can, but he just sort of like hugs the trunk and sort of skitters down a few inches before just kind of like stumbling and falling onto his feet onto the ground.
Oh shit!
I'm alright. Fuck it.
All right.
What's this?
What is this, DM?
The food that you've obtained, it seems to be some bits of roasted rabbit, spiced with some assorted herbs and what you think is pepper. There are also a number of other items, what seem to be some dried fruits and some vegetables that have just been kind of either perhaps foraged or you see some root vegetables that have been kind of, stewed and mixed in with the rest. It's a reasonably hearty meal, actually.
They got pepper. They're fancy. Looks decent.
Metreon just takes up some of the meat with his hand and just kind of like scoops it off the tray. And just kind of like starts to chew on it very haphazardly.
Erthrendir's kind of glow sort of fades for a moment. He looks at him. Hey, are you okay? You look... I mean, I know you're drunk, but, like, even so.
What do you mean?
You just... Never mind. Just...
No. Speak your piece. You never have a problem with that before, so say it.
Accurate. You seem I mean, perhaps understandably upset, given that we just found out we're not going to be able to get out of here, but is there... I don't know. Is there anything else?
You are quite perceptive. You know that?
You know, for someone who said about speaking their piece, and you are very good at saying things you don't mean.
Oh, did I not mean that? I'm sorry. I thought I was being sincere.
Oh. I mean, it wasn't a nice kind of sincere. Or, forget it. Listen, if you want, like, some time to kind of food and music and people, I know dancing always helps me forget
I
things.
know where I'm welcome and I know where I'm not welcome, so I'm good out here. You go have your fun now. Okay?
I was going to say that I would be happy to make you invisible so you could have an hour where you're not welcome, if that would help you.
Metron sort of pauses for a moment, and what's your perception or insight rather?
Passive insight is 10 plus 0.
Okay, so you would kind of see a little bit of a shift in his demeanor. Not much, but it's like a brief flash of him like this sort of like does not compute. Something seems disconnected for a moment, but he kind of rights himself. No, I'm fine. Really, just do your thing.
All right. He nods, and he walks away. But as he does,
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
You're a piece of shit, but you know you keep your word. It's more than I can say for most of you.
Earthrendir looks like affronted for a moment, and then kind of gears start turning, and he smiles. Likewise, you're an asshole, but you have stuck by me in, well, the immense pile of god awful we've been dumped in. Thanks. And as he turns to leave, Metreon can hear him murmur an incantation, and a swirl of mist goes up around Metreon's body, and then he's invisible. In case you change your mind.
Oh, damn. I was going to have Kiva go down and chill with Metreon. Never mind. It's just gone.
And yeah, he's going to walk over to Lillison, I suppose.
Wilson glances up and quickly turns the page that she had been writing on.
Could Earthrendir catch any of what was on it?
That's a good question.
Roll for initiative.
DM, is that a roll, or?
Is Earthrendir approaching quietly, or just making his way over to Lillison?
I mean, reasonably quietly. He's not like
Make a stealth check. Lillison, you hear him when he's around 10 feet away.
Yeah, she's gonna very quickly flip the page.
Oh, sorry, am I interrupting something?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Hey, brought you some food. He kind of places the rabbit down.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It seems like quite the festival mood has seized the whole camp.
Yeah, turns out sometimes all you gotta do is to ask people to have fun, and they'll do it. It's a good skill to have. But, yeah, you're... I mean, I understand if you don't want to get up there and start whirling and dancing or whatever, but you're welcome to join us.
She just smiles a little, but, you can tell that it's not really felt. That's not really the sort of place where I belong, but thank you.
Well, it's not where I belong either, but I'm sure up there, and they don't seem to, and nobody's called me out on it yet.
Well, but you have that sort of adventurous spirit, don't you?
Earthrendir kind of like cocks his head at her, and then he just starts laughing. Like, not in a cruel way, but like very obviously, just that for whatever reason, this is hilariously funny. And he kind of looks back at the camp for a moment, looking wistful. She can wait 10 minutes. And he sits down next to her. Hey, Lillison, you want to know what the most adventurous thing I've done in the past 45 years before coming to Barovia is?
What is that?
I built an extension for my cabin. I didn't know how to woodwork, but it got cold and I wanted a place I could fit an indoor stove. That is the extent of my bright, adventurous spirit in the past 50 years or so. I know it may seem like that I like all the music and dancing and the extroversion and that I'm always trying to kind of do that, but it's not something that comes naturally. It's just something I like. I like people. I like talking to them. I like learning about them, and I like taking care of folks, but it's not like it just kind of... Let me just say that for me, at least, it's not that I'm like uniquely situated to be that way, but this is the first time I've had the circumstance. And maybe I don't know you. I really don't, but sometimes people who think that they don't like that kind of life, that kind of energy, just haven't had the chance. And I didn't know if that was you.
She looks down at the plate of food and brings out her mess kit as she listens, and then looks up and says, "Well, I would say that building that extension of your cabin itself was probably quite the adventure, especially if you had absolutely no help. I'm sure there are many hair-raising stories you could tell about various parts of its construction."
Not really, no.
No near accidents at all?
Nothing exciting.
Well, perhaps that's a blessing in of itself.
I suppose. But, yeah. Just... If you want to, we're up there, alright?
I know. It's, I don't really... And then she just stops and she looks at her hand with, a sort of disturbed expression.
Is it the hand with the gem on it?
Yeah, probably.
He swallows. Okay. But, okay. I still think that, even with stuff that, can happen with people who are dangerous for one reason or another, I still think they deserve a chance to have a little bit of sunshine.
She looks up, and her expression is very solemn now. Earthrinder, what did you do to that man in the boat?
Earthrendir sighs. I used a spell that I want to forget. It's called Fear. It is essentially drawing upon the caster's own emotions and memories of terror and projecting them onto other people. I gave that fisherman the worst fear I've ever felt to get him to get out of the boat.
Why?
He opens his mouth as if he's to have a quick response and then stops. I was angry, and I was scared, and I thought that we might need the boat to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on the girl. And I'd been thinking ever since the church that there's not much point in all those illusions and such anymore now, is it? If we're going to be hunted down and killed, and if we're being harried by forces vastly more powerful than us, then maybe cleverness and illusions and good positioning and tactics aren't gonna matter unless I can draw on stuff like this. I can forget trying to be the best bard I can be and use story and just accept that I might have to hurt some people.
You think that the only way we can keep our footing against a monster is to become monsters?
He looks at her a bit like, don't. I know
I
the
am
argument.
being absolutely serious.
He shakes his head. No, I don't. But I guess with my magic, at least, I didn't use it before this, like almost never, because I didn't see much ways to use it that didn't either manipulate people in a way that wasn't fair or right, or cause them pain. And I still believe that, but I guess I don't see the point in holding back from causing pain anymore from people who are going to hurt us or going to hurt folks like you. I don't like it. I really don't like it. Like, there's I have never cast that spell before today, but it just felt right, I guess.
Erthrindir, all the rules change when you go to war. You know that as well as I do.
He looks at her sharply. They do. But there can be limits. There have to be limits. And not just ones that mean you're not firing at folks wearing your colors. But I'm still figuring that out.
She smiles a little bit again. It seems like a bit of a wry smile this time.
Yep.
Well, perhaps there are some situations where good tactics won't save you, but in every single situation, bad tactics will destroy you. So
He laughs. Yeah.
don't give up on the value of cleverness just yet.
All right. I'll do my best. And he kind of looks like he's searching for another platitude, but just take care of yourself, all right? Wartime doesn't mean that the good things stop. It just means they're twisted a little.
I know.
I know you know. I don't mean to talk down to you. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Do you think? Never mind.
No, seriously. There is nothing you could say right now that could offend me, and not just because not just because we're safe.
Do you think Metreon will be all right?
Not particularly. He's had his last escape route cut off. And, people who are trapped in a corner tend to lash out before they do anything else.
Yes, I have rather noticed that
You don't say.
It's strange. It seems like... Well, I haven't really seen it of Amity so far, but it seems like everybody else tends to take very drastic actions in anger.
I know, right? Like, it's... that includes me. Yeah, no, that's accurate. It's stupid. It's just, old kick the dog theory learned about in university. When you have no locus of control, you take it out on what you can, which unfortunately are usually people who are closest to you.
What a strange concept.
Yeah, I don't buy all of it, honestly. I think there's folks who get away with taking out their anger on strangers because they kind of keep their private lives very close and very safe, but I think we're all just tired.
Well, perhaps tonight we'll do something to remedy that.
I hope so. Take care, Lillison.
I will.
He nods at her and walks back up the hill.
Okay.
Lillison is going to
Metro.
start eating.
All right. The food is a bit colder than when it was first arrived, but it is still delicious.
As Amity walks up the hill with Earthrendir, she takes a look back at Lillison to make sure that she's actually eating food.
Lillison is absolutely eating this food.
Cool.
Sorry I took a long time. I worry about them all sometimes.
The conversation that Earthrendir just had with Lillison, was that especially private, or would Amity have been party to that?
Earthrendir wasn't trying to keep his voice down, but he also wasn't, inviting it.
Right. No, that's stuff that I have to think about too. It's a lot easier to not think about it yet.
What do you mean?
I don't want to ruin the mood. I mean, you were talking about things that, horrible depths to which you might have to go in order to win.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't... That does rather...
No, don't apologize. It's important to think about.
Yeah, I guess we're probably going to have to do more things neither of us especially are fond of.
Amity sticks her tongue out. Blech.
Yeah. Bleh. But I think we can live with that. I mean, maybe a little bit at least.
Here, Truffle, you go back and stay with the others. Amity's going to send him back.
He happily snorts and begins waddling down the dark hill towards Lillison.
All right.
Just in case we want a little more privacy.
Earthrendir kind of
not that much privacy.
Oh.
I'm not...
You're not...
Okay, I'm not going to have sex with you now. That's not what I'm trying to imply.
Oh. Earthrendir just kind of stares forward for a moment. Not what I
Good.
thought.
All right, good. glad that's out of the way.
Yeah, I didn't mean first date. We've known each other for a week. We can take things at our own pace. But yeah, no, that's fine, of course.
Right. I should have imagined that elves probably take things at a very, very... I mean, you probably go to date 200 before you... No, sorry, I shouldn't make inferences like that. It might be...
Earthrendir says very quietly, I mean, not particularly. I mean, some folks do, but I I mean, I haven't dated much. I'm gonna be real with you. I only had really one boy I knew when I was young, and then one long-term boyfriend. But not yeah. It's not something I'm too shy about, really.
Oh, are you like definitely bisexual?
Oh, that's what you. Yeah, no, boys and girls. Yeah.
Cool.
What about you?
Well, I guess I've only really, been with boys before. I'd be willing to try it out the other way.
Nah, I mean, if it's something you enjoy, it's kind of how I've always thought about it is it's not a checkbox to tick off. It's something that should make you happy. So I'm doing pretty well on that front right now.
I don't really know what I would. I mean, all right. Maybe I don't want to get too lurid right now. But I guess I'm really not entirely sure.
Yeah, no, I've never been with a girl, so I'll need you to. We'll take our time, figure things out. But we've got time. I think. I really hope.
Right. I hope so.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, especially after we get out of this place.
Earthendeer's face kind of breaks for a moment. Yeah. I hope so. Alright, we have a nice night, and there's still a few hours of music left, and I have a very beautiful woman who is willing to... Shall we go have a meal?
And I have a very a very handsome elf who doesn't appreciate that the scar just makes him look more heroic.
Oh, bullshit! You don't mean that. You're buttering me up.
Maybe it's just rose-colored pupils, but...
All right, miss. He kind of offers her a hand again. Shall we?
Amity takes his hand. And yeah. Date.
Yes.
Okay, so while this sickeningly adorable first date occurs, what mischief is Invisimetrion wreaking elsewhere?
So Metreon sort of like lets him go off wherever he wants to, but he kind of just stays in place for a few moments, sort of looking at where his hand should be, but not seeing it. Still feeling the chicken, but it's invisible. And he's actually going to go ahead and very slowly and carefully start to kind of look around the encampment until he finds like a sort of like one of the fires, maybe that like a small Vistani family is sitting at, and sitting far enough away from them on like a log or something. He sits opposite of this family and just kind of watches them and watches the fire go for about like 45 minutes. And then when he realizes that the spell is starting to kind of wane, he'll stop watching and he'll get up and carefully go back towards the woods, sort of in the same area, but maybe not the same tree. And he'll just sit at the base and let the mist of invisibility kind of waft off him. And as it does, he's just kind of sitting there. The chicken has been eaten, but he still has his wineskin in his hand. He's sort of just sitting there very pensively.
All right. And so is there anything else that anyone would like to do this evening? As night has come, the forest is quiet around you. The trees do rustle occasionally on the night air, but as the Vistani's encampment begins to quiet down and you see others beginning to return from the woods, your belly's full, your feet tired, but your heart's for the moment calm. Is there anything more you'd like to do?
Kiva would just before Arabelle went to bed, would just sort of spend some time with her and really just sort of, she sort of lets herself get a little bit lost in the fantasy a little bit. And it's hard for her to say goodbye when it's time for her to go to bed.
As you're with Arabelle, Luvash seems to be tolerating your presence outside of the wagon for the moment. You've actually kind of set up in part of the tent that is, or just alongside the edge of the wagon. Luvash seemingly reluctant to let you inside, but Arabelle happy to kind of lean against the wheel, rather eager to be read to by multiple people. And as she reaches the end of one of the stories in the book, she glances up at you and her eyes are kind of, fiery and very determined. And she says, I'm going to be as important as a hero one day. I know it.
I am absolutely certain you will be. You're already well on your way to being the bravest girl that I know, certainly. And you have such a lovely family. And a good family is a good support for a young fighter like you.
She smiles and nods, glancing up at the sky. But I think for now it is my bedtime. But thank you for reading with me.
Well, thank you for having me, my dear. It was an absolute pleasure. You are excellent company.
She nods and stands up and kind of attempts this very small, slightly clumsy curtsy. Thank you for your company as well. I hope you have a good evening.
Kiva returns the curtsy in a much more, womanly, very sophisticated way. And then gives a nod and gives a little, half wave to Luvash. And then would leave them to their night rituals.
All right. The last thing you see is Arabelle clambering into the wagon ahead of Luvash, who glances back after you and just considers you for a moment before entering the wagon after his daughter and shutting the door.
And then Kiva would. She's actually not going to stay in the camp tonight. She's going to go see if she can find Metreon.
Okay. By this point, I would imagine that Metreon's spell has expired.
Yeah.
And you likely can catch sight of him just slowly making his way from the base of the hill toward the tree line.
Okay. Yeah, so she would just go over there and, she's going to set up with him, but I don't know if we're going to take a break or not.
All good. Is there anything you and Metreon would like to do?
She would just make sure that, he's okay with her being there, and she would just ask to stay the night with him if he'd have her.
Yeah, you could stay here. If it's a free forest, right? Well, sort of.
Well, I'm thankful for the company, so, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. What are we doing here?
Irene asked me what my purpose is, if you can believe that. I told her I don't think I have one. And it feels like I'm never gonna understand why I'm here. I just want to go so badly.
Yeah, I get that. When I did that thing to Luvash, I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just like this feeling came over me. This anger.
I don't blame you. I mean, fuck. if you hadn't gotten angry, then I probably would have, and it didn't really end well for some people last time, so I'm glad it didn't turn into a bloodbath there.
I just want to get out of here. You know, I'm sick of all this. I'm sick of. There's nothing against you all. I'm just so tired.
If he'll let her, Kiva will just sort of lay down her head in his lap. And he would probably feel her shoulders shake a little bit. She's crying.
Yeah, Metron will let her kind of place her head down. Not really reacting to it as much as just sort of staring off. I imagine he went somewhere further away from Lillison, so it feels a bit more private. But maybe Irina's right. You know, maybe you do need something other than this. But I mean, I'll be honest. I don't have a purpose. You know, my purpose is to get the fuck out of here.
Look, I promise you this right now. If I find a way, I'll take you with me. I just wanted to work in my friend's stupid fucking shop. Selling tinctures and potions to people in Neverwinter. I didn't want any of this. I didn't really even want to be a mom. It just happened and I was so grateful. And I certainly didn't want to come here. But I can't find anything to be grateful of. Or for.
You know how I've been saying, you know, this is some place we came to because we was bad. We did sins and stuff. That you remember that big satchel I was carrying around, that big long thing?
Your banner and stuff, right?
Yeah, and the car that I had when we was camped out before this. They didn't belong to me.
I thought you were a magician or whatever. A chanter.
Not as such. I mean, I can do magic, you know, but I can't. I don't know what I was doing really. I was just hoping I could get by, get to Neverwinter, just get out of there. My name isn't Metron. I mean, I'm not Metron.
Kiva doesn't lift her head out of his lap, but she does sort of position herself to look up at him and just says, "Who are you?"
That cart and that banner belonged to a trick of mine, and it's just some nice old man. He was a performer. He did magic. He was performing at this bar, and you know, he wanted to spend his coin on something nice, and I was there, but I knew it was only a matter of time before they found me, and I couldn't stay. And I knew that, you know, he has a card and he's got something I could work with. So I took the card. I took his banner and things when he was sleeping. You know, took the gold that he gave me, and I ran. I got out.
Okay. I mean, look, I'm gonna be the last person to judge you for that. Can I ask your name then? Your real name?
Well, my My given name is Punch.
How very fitting.
I don't like it much.
Well, look, I'll call you whatever you want me to call you. Earthendir the other night said something about us being friends, all of us, and I didn't really buy that. I don't have friends.
Yeah, never do I. And misery loves company and all that, but I still can't get the feeling out of me that we're paying for something, that I'm paying for something, and from whatever I've heard of you and even Randy, I feel that this is just punishment for something that I can't help but not feel that way. I don't want any of this. I don't want to be Punch. I honestly didn't want to be Metron. It was just a means to an end. I had to get out. When I got to Neverwinter, I could be someone else, and I don't know.
You still can be whatever you want here. I know it doesn't seem like it. But if I've learned anything from this place, it's that it's going to change us, whether or not we want it to. I can do stuff here that I've never been able to do before.
So can I.
And I can't help but feel that if this was a punishment, then I wouldn't be getting stronger. Or if it is, it's
I'm
just
not getting stronger. I fucking killed a man. And something's happening to my body. Something's happening to me. Something cold and dark, and I don't know what it is.
Okay, hold on one moment. I have an idea. Kiva is going to take Metrion's hand and she's going to use her divine sense on Metrion.
All right.
And she's going to try to see if what he's talking about, that dark, cold thing, if she can register that on him.
All right. There's a moment of quiet, and then you inhale deeply, and your eyes glimmer with a viridian fey glow for a moment. And you look around. It's just Metreon.
Look, I'm getting nothing evil from you, nothing bad or dark. And I don't think whatever this is, would lie to me necessarily. So, as far as I know, you're Metreon. You're a bit of a jackass, but I find myself incredibly charmed. And I think in another life, I could have been your friend. That's all I see, and that's all I can sense.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I've never been much for friends, It's I just keep running, Never really made roots, I mean, when I told you I didn't have a birthday, it's because I never got to count the years,
Well, I suppose it's silly to ask how old you feel, because in this place I feel like I have been living for 6,000 years.
I know, it
And-
feels like I've been here for months and it's just been 7 days. 10 days, I don't know how time. It feels like I've been here for so long though.
Well, look, like I said, if I find a way to get out of here, I'll take you with me. And we can both start that new life. Be whatever we want to be.
If it's true, if the only way of getting out of here is to... When Metron sort of does the slit throat motion with his fingers across his neck. You know who. How are we going to do that?
Someone here has to know something. He can't... I mean... Everyone has a weakness. Even if it's hard to find, even if it's buried deep somewhere. The good thing about elves is that we live a very long time. I've got nothing to lose. I could spend 100 or so years trying to kill the motherfucker. Who knows?
Well, with all due respect, I don't have that kind of time.
Well, we've at least wrangled safe passage to our next destination. Maybe this abbey has some answers. At the very least, it'll bring us, I don't know, someplace safe.
When you mention the Abbey, you kind of feel him kind of shudder a bit. Yeah, the Abbey. Just when you said that, I got flashes of Valaki that night.
Look, that guy Lucian seemed like a straight shooter. And he also saw something in you. So, I can't imagine he and I are both wrong. I think
You know-
you're a lot stronger than you give yourself credit for, Metreon.
I don't go there because I believe in anything. You know, I don't really care much for gods and such. But when I was growing up, anytime I couldn't get into where I was living, I knew that some temples would have sanctuaries. So, more often than not, I could just sneak in and, get in there and rest in the pews, and then come sun up, I just get back out. Sometimes some clerics would be a little bit more kind about it than others, but it was different. I'm the reason he's dead.
No. No, that's not you. He's sick. He's a twisted bastard with an overblown ego, and I'll give him a lot of powers, but it's him. You have to know that. This is all some fucked up game to him. These people and this country are pawns.
We didn't
Oh,
ask
but
to be pawns, but it's whatever, right? We can't do much about it right now. Just gotta get a rest.
Look, I can't say that answers will come, but maybe things will start to make sense. And if they don't, you'll have me, and we can just complain about it the entire time.
Metreon doesn't say anything back. He just takes a sip from his wineskin and passes it down to Kiva, if she wants any.
Yeah, she'll like sit up a little bit to take a sip and then just lay back down and sort of just trace circles on his leg wherever she can reach and probably end up falling asleep there.
Yeah, Metreon just kind of stays there, lets her do her thing, and drinks himself to sleep.
Slowly, the light of the moon fades, and you find yourself drifting off to sleep. As Amity and Erthrindir complete their own evening and come to a rest atop the hill, Lillison, is there anything more you'd like to do before turning in for the night?
Yes. As Kiva is approaching Metreon, Lillison walks off into not really like the deep woods, but far enough away that she can't really see the camp anymore. And then she is going to start with a very stony face, start pushing puffs of green noxious gas into the air, just one after another. After a while of doing this, she clenches her teeth and starts sending rays of sickening greenish energy lashing out in front of her. She does this 4 times. Clenches her fist, starts, looks like she's thinking about doing it a 5th. Then her shoulders slump, and she just hangs her head and stays standing there for a while.
You stand there alone quietly for a moment, and you can just faintly hear the hissing and the slight dribbling of rotted, molten tree bark and dead plant life decaying upon the ground, small pools of black and brackish green. And in that moment, though the woods around you are dark, they are also silent. And you feel alone. How
After
long
a
do
while,
you remain in the woods?
probably about half an hour after that. And then after a while, she takes a very deep breath and turns to go back.
All right, and with that, you slowly make your way toward the edge of the tree line and back toward the Vistani encampment. Okay. And with that, as Lillison, you slowly return to turn in for the night, as Amity, Erthrindir do the same, Kiva and Metreon slumbering on their own. You pass into the rest of night, and it's there we will take our break.
Oh my god, I didn't think you would actually roll for random encounters.
Oh, God.
It's Strahd with a steel chair!
I would laugh my ass off, but also would be very sad.
All right. Well, as always, we will pick back up after a 15-minute break. Hopefully you all enjoyed having warm fuzzies, because I promise I'll destroy them. But
That was like 20% warmth by volume, Dragna. Don't give me that.
regardless, good stuff. Love the mush. Until we come back, please, to our audience, do enjoy a few other messages from our D&D community. We will have this week a fireside chat with Mac from Silver Dragon Academy. He'll be discussing his experiences mining player backstories for Curse of Strahd campaign content. So we do hope you enjoy, and we will see you back here soon.
Welcome to Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features where I, your host Jup Lucas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week, we are talking to Mak, a creator of Guides to Roll20 and other D&D topics at Silver Dragon Academy, about integrating PC backstories. What steps can you take in Session 0 to encourage your players to build the kinds of backstories you're looking for?
Session 0 can be a whole other topic unto itself, but I believe that in Session 0, I seek unity in theme. Establishing cohesion is key in Session 0, and that's on the DM to establish and the players to support, based on the type of adventure that the DM wants to run. This doesn't mean that every character has to be the same, they just have to be able to connect with one another and connect with the adventure as a whole. I like to provide a player primer that goes over the key aspects of an adventure, such as the game type, be it exploration focus, combat, warfare, or intrigue. In addition, the primer is to act as a player guide to provide enough information to kind of spark a backstory for the PCs to draw upon. During Session 0, another step I take is to encourage thematically appropriate backstories, and to encourage players to leave gaps in their character's knowledge of events that have happened before the adventure. For example, a nobleman whose family was shamed or disgraced in some way was caused by an unknown force or benefactor who wanted them taken down from the power. This unknown element can be used by the DM to link them to the adventure at hand. Just make sure as a DM you don't make these unknown elements punishing or nefarious, but make them intriguing and narratively tied to the story and adventure.
When running Curse of Strahd, what are the key elements that can most easily be tied into a player character's backstory?
Thematically, Curse of Strahd is a story about evil corrupting the good and evil succeeding. The goodness in people is corrupted and cannot be undone. Player characters witness these individuals firsthand and have to react to these situations. It's that interaction that I think is kind of the heart of the whole adventure. When tying those aspects to a character's backstory, I find it helpful to find similar NPCs, locations, and scenarios that are kind of adjacent to what I saw in the PC's backstory. Another key element would be hope, and to quote Lord of the Rings, how good people, through the everyday deeds of ordinary folk, that keeps the darkness at bay. I like to find kind of one story hook within each character backstory that can be tied up along the lines of these themes, either as a test of character or a way for a hero to do good in such a dark place.
Once you have a player character's backstory, where should the Dungeon Master look first to find ideas that can be tied into the module?
I kind of go for 3 distinct places that I look for inspiration: the locations, the NPCs, and then the plots and stories within it. This might take a bit of time, but to get a rough idea of each of the key areas can really make it easier for you to assign a character to each location. I think there's about 12 key areas within Barovia, excluding the castle, of course, and it's good to familiarize yourself with what's going on in them, or which ones are interesting to you, and then delve into the details from there. For example, Krezk is home to the Abbey of St. Markovia and the Abbot. It's a place of isolationism, perseverance, and strange happenings with a side of weird religion. Perhaps one of the PCs comes from a similar place or can provide some sort of aid to the people, or maybe they're a religious character who might find themselves questioning the motives of the Abbot. As for the NPCs, the Ally Against Strahd Taroko card can provide you as a DM with a way to communicate directly with the PCs through an ally of some sort. Select someone that might complement the PC's strengths or weaknesses, or else maybe be the devil's advocate in certain situations. Von Richten and Esmeralda are great to fill in this role to help provide context for the story, and to be helpful as well. Finally, you can find ways to tie the characters into the main story, as well as the side plots that exist within the adventure. The Fanes of Barovia come to mind as a way to draw in a more nature-focused character, aiding with Argynvostholt to help with the wrongs that were done there, and Vallaki is an exceptional storyline for intrigue and socially minded characters, or characters with a more nobler background. And there's also so much more to delve into with this.
What are the nuts and bolts of actually connecting a backstory element to a campaign element?
Usually what I do when I'm getting ready for a session is I like to think about each character in the campaign and what I plan on integrating next, or even something in the general vicinity of where they are that might pique their interest, even if it's not necessarily from their backstory. The nice thing about Curse of Strahd too is that it is significantly inaccessible to the regular world. It's kind of a microcosm of a small country trapped in time. And it's a closed system that you can kind of tweak and change as you see fit and make adjustments here and there. Things can get through the mists, and you can take liberties with this. For example, a PC of mine is a monk that trained at a monastery run by a golden dragon, and the silver dragon Argynvost, I decided, was a distant relative of this golden dragon. And so that gave the monk a reason, through their backstory, to want to get inside Barovia in the first place to learn what happened to Argynvost. The details of these backstory elements that you're trying to integrate, you don't have to have entirely ready. You could just have a teaser element of the backstory to kind of draw them in and hook them with it and then flesh it out later. You can do the legwork after the fact.
Once you've started running the campaign, how do you provide a player with the information about how their backstory ties into the campaign? And how do you give them an incentive to pursue that hook?
Once things have started going, I think the best way is to collaborate with the players, and I think that provides the most significant incentive. There's the extrinsic motivation of getting the items, or getting the gold, or getting information, that most characters are going to be probably doing anyway, along with doing other dangerous things. But intrinsic motivation, I think, is much more powerful, and working with a player to figure that out, and kind of what they want to get out of the game and explore with their character is really, really valuable, I find. And a way of implementing this is through Madame Eva, a vision of the PC in a specific location perhaps, with maybe a cryptic message relating to their backstory. For example, a character in my campaign, I gave them a vision of being beside a great sarcophagus with darkness behind their eyes. Power seeks to sink its claws into you, things like that. Just a way to throw in a little hint there and maybe a locational description of where they might be, so that later on, if they're able to remember this, they might be able to draw upon that memory. And linking that, he's a blood hunter from a royal family where he gained this strange power to do good, but the magic is generally frowned upon. And so that was a way to kind of link it in with his backstory into the story itself. For player character and the player incentive to pursue the hook, I find that it's good to provide them with incremental rewards as they move along the path towards discovering what the secret is hiding within Barovia for them. For example, there is one character who is trying to discover what happened to their family and how their mother was cast down with this holy fire at one point. And so they're slowly discovering bits and pieces and hints through dialogue and things like that as to what exactly happened. And we're eventually, now that we're getting close to the end, I'm hoping to reveal a more significant climactic information. And so I think that it's good to provide the hints and the teases along the way, but also give them a satisfying end to each chunk of backstory information that you're linking in. It can be a whole arc that goes across the whole campaign, or it can just be small little bits and pieces here and there that can tie them into the story.
My friends, it is I, Count Strahd von Zarovich, and I bid thee listen. The Guild of the Black Crow have produced over 5 hours of ambient sound design for my most beautiful and ancient land. As used by Twice Bitten, these ambient backgrounds include my most private and intimate of letters, as well as bonus tracks not found in the Dungeon Master's Handbook. So, hear me now. I guarantee you safe passage to their camp. Support them, and perhaps we shall meet sooner than you think.
And welcome back to Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. Before we get started again, we've, as always, got some announcements to rip through quickly. As always, thank you to Foundry VTT, our continuing virtual tabletop sponsor. Excellent, excellent stuff. Definitely go check them out. Also, quick thing, if you were not already aware, if you are a Curse of Strahd dungeon master or interested in running Curse of Strahd, highly recommend you check out the Curse of Strahd subreddit Discord server. They are excellent. You can get all sorts of tips and advice on anything about running the module, whether you're looking for campaign help or information about NPCs, anything like that. They do absolutely great work. Heavily recommend checking them out. You can find a link on the sidebar of the r/Curse of Strahd subreddit, or you could just join directly by visiting discord.gg/Curse of Strahd. That's discord.gg/Curse of Strahd. Though, of course, no players allowed, sorry. But if you are a Curse of Strahd DM, by all means, we encourage you to check it out. And they actually do have a Twice Bitten channel if you're looking to talk about the show there with other viewers.
Also, if you're a player, why are you here? Go.
That's a fair point. That's a very fair point. If you're a player, go away. Go away.
No, we love you. Just, spoilers at your own risk.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right. Twy, give me the song and dance.
So, now that all the filthy players are out, I love you all. We have some new emotes. I'm not sure why I'm doing the air horns with my mouth. We have 3. Thank you. We have Morgatha for all your needs for cackling, which we've had more than a little of this episode. Doru for the classic Kevin McAllister Home Alone face in vampire spawn form. And Strahd at tier 2, because it's been too long since we've had an encounter, and I just know it's coming. It's gonna hurt. I'm ready. I'm scared. And you can share in my excitement if you get a tier 2 sub for r/Curse of Strahd. You can subscribe with money, of course, but if you have Amazon Prime, then you can subscribe with Twitch Prime. You get 1 free Twitch Prime sub every month. It is very nice, and we would be very appreciative if you gave it to us. However, if you're giving it to someone else, then I hope they have good emotes. You bastard. How dare. No. Alright. Serena?
Sorry, I was pressing the wrong push to chat button.
Oh, no.
Remember to join the discussion if you're liking what you're seeing on our very own subreddit. So that is reddit.com/r/twicebittendnd. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/rcurseofstrahd, for all of our past sessions, fireside chats, video essays, and highlights from the stream. And if you have done any lovely fan art, or if you have any questions for After Dark, you can feel free to submit those to our email address, which is twicebittencos@gmail.com.
All right. Thank you, Serena. And I think that's all we've got insofar as announcements. So thank you, everyone, for sticking around, and let's dive right back in. So, as each of you turns into sleep and slowly feels yourselves drift into the darkness of rest, Amity, your eyes slowly drift open as breath comes once more to your body. And then you look up and see darkness. And it's strange because from what you can tell, there's no light source in the space you are in, but you can see ahead of you, just very faintly, what seems to be a flat wooden surface. You try to move, readjusting yourself, reaching out to see what happens, and you find that you almost cannot. The tight space around you pushing so tightly on all sides of you that you can scarcely wiggle any of your limbs. Your shoulders pressed on either side, and as you kind of struggle to turn your head to see on either side, you see a pair of close wooden walls, concave, that start from behind your head and go outward until they reach about your waist and then move downward toward your feet before it reaches an end. There's a pause, and then you feel a moment of panic arising within you, bubbling up in your chest. Your eyes blinking quickly as you feel your entire body flexing and tensing and trembling rapidly. What do you do?
Oh, so am I in like a coffin?
Feeling around you, from what you can tell, it feels like a coffin, or at the very least, a very, very tight wooden box.
All right, I'm gonna yell, hey, is anyone there? And try to like break out, like try to use my tail to like whap that.
You reach up and you feel a sort of lid overhead as you scream and cough, the air musty and dirty and earthy. You struggle upward, trying to scramble across the lid of the coffin. Grunting, you feel it has a little given as you push it off of you just 6 inches. Immediately, a rain of earth and loam and small shattered pebbles falls upon you. You find yourself choking. You feel something squirming in your mouth.
In my mouth?
Yes. Like kind of reaching up slowly with the you spit it out and you feel what's like slick serpentine form kind of creeping down the side of your neck, almost like a worm that slowly makes its way down the side of your jugular. The earth is now pressing down upon you. You kind of squish it beneath your chin. You feel the squelch of the worm's tiny wet body beneath the side of your chin. And then you feel the earth pressing against your eyes, against your mouth. You feel it almost beginning to invade into your nostrils. And in that moment, the claustrophobia sets in and you feel that you cannot stay here.
Yeah, I'm digging. I got sharp fingernails. I'm digging.
All right. You reach up above you and do your best to try to pull the dirt around. It's fortunately fairly loose. So you don't actually have too much difficulty as you reach out and struggle to push it out of the way. It's an exertion as you move to pack it against the sides, pulling some of it to the coffin with you, and for a moment, almost burying some of your legs beneath the earth and soil as a large rock comes down and strikes the side of your knee. You muffle a grunt of pain as you continue pulling your way up, actually pushing yourself through the earth like some kind of massive, grotesque worm. You feel your nails cracking. You feel your palms growing raw as they grate against the soil and stone of the earth above you. Finally, your nails bloody and torn, your mouth and eyes choked with earth, you burst from a surface. And then the earth falls away from your eyes and from your face. Choking and coughing, you glance around and you see a dark night, long past evening, the moon high in the sky overhead, a chill wind cutting through the air around you. You shiver as you slowly struggle to push yourself up from the soil. You see a flash of movement behind you, and as you turn, you see there a headstone, like a grave. Simple, clean, gray stone carved with a strange symbol, and as you lean in closer, you see that it's carved in the shape of a sunburst. And then you feel something wet drip onto the back of your head.
Is there a name on the headstone? Is my name on the headstone?
There is no name on the headstone, but then you feel something else drip on the back of your head.
Will I look up?
You glance up, and you see, rooted in the ground beside the loose, shallow grave you've just dug yourself out of, a tree, dead and gnarled with grayish black bark, long, spindly branches and limbs that wind out like claws into the night above you, swaying slightly, almost as if breathing or alive in the wind. You can see up upon its trunk is carved the face of a woman. Not of a face you recognize, but of feminine features recognizable nonetheless. Eyes contorted, mouth open wide in a silent scream, blood slowly dripping from the face's eyes. You kind of reach up and wipe the blood off of the back of your head, and then you hear something rustling in the air behind you.
What is it?
You whirl around, seeing what might be there. Nothing. You see only rows of other headstones, gray and unmarked. An endless cemetery that unwinds before you as the soft clouds of fog and mist drift lazily across the surface of the grass and brown soil. And then, as you slowly glance into the darkness, you realize you're not breathing. Your fingernails are torn and your hands are raw, but you don't feel the pain. Instead, all you feel rising up in the pit of your stomach is a cold, gnawing hunger that slowly grows, mounting and swelling in the base of your stomach until you can feel it crawling up your esophagus like a virulent insect struggling its way free. And as your hand rushes to your mouth, there's another hand on top of yours. Before you even notice it, before you even see the movement, you can see a pale, clawed hand that is grabbed across your mouth, covering your face with long, slender fingernails, nails lengthened like claws. And before you have a chance to move, to twist, to scream, you feel two sharp objects pressing against your neck. And your eyes blink open, and you see gray light as you awaken.
Is anyone else around me? I guess the rest of the party's all here, except the
Yes. Is Randy near you?
Yeah, who's like right with you, Amity?
Who's next to you?
Earthrendeer is on a bedroll, a few feet away.
Rolled over there in the middle of the night.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, Amity's gonna sort of creep forward and sort of loom over Earthrendeer for about 30 seconds before gently poking his shoulder.
No, I'm not. Please don't. No, I'm not ready. I don't want to. He kind of blinks his eyes blearily open. Wait. Amity?
I'm sorry about interrupting your trance.
No, it's fine. It was actually pretty pleasant this time. What was up?
Well, I just had... I woke up from a nightmare that is a little disturbing.
He blinks and sits up, obviously awake now. Oh shit, another dream? God, I'm sorry. Is it urgent? Do we need to move?
I don't know.
Okay. He kind of scoots closer to her in his bedroll. Do you want to talk about it?
It's a little hard to talk about, but all right. Yeah.
Hey, that's an invitation, not a ask.
Well, there was this tree with a woman's face.
Earthrendeer nods. Yeah, and?
Well, I was in a cemetery.
Yeah, gotcha.
Sorry, sometimes it's hard for me to say something. So, if you sort of ask questions.
Oh, yeah, gladly. What was in the cemetery aside from the tree? Where was it? Like, were you like on the road or by one of the headstones? Or
I didn't get to see where it was. Just an array of headstones
Uh,
and the tree.
okay. And no,
Someone else.
who?
I didn't get to see them. They had clawed fingers.
Oh. Pale?
Yeah. And she scratches her neck.
He kind of reaches up to do the same in a mirror. Yeah. Oh, I'm Amity. I'm sorry. I don't. God, that. Of course, that'd come back. That would come back for anybody. Was there anything
Well,
else? Did he bite you, or?
I think so. Yes.
Oh, God.
That wasn't the scary part, though.
If that wasn't the scary part, then what was?
The first part, the part where at the beginning.
Okay, what happened at the beginning? Just talk it through.
I was. She sort of points down.
Earthendeer's face goes white. Oh, God, Amity, Then he kind of just scoots the remaining distance and hugs her. God, I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be prophetic.
He just kind of doesn't quite know what to say, but he puts a hand in his hair, in her hair, and just kind of strokes the top of her head. It's not gonna. We're not gonna let it be prophetic. And besides, these weren't always literal, right? Like maybe, like the last time I was with mice, maybe this will mean that you're gonna move out of something that's restraining you into a new situation or something. I don't know. I don't really get how dreams work.
Right, maybe. She clutches Earthendeer really tightly with both arms and tail.
Yeah, he kind of does the same, and Amity can probably feel him shiver a little bit as she just kind of wraps her full weight around him. Thanks. Yeah, I don't. We're gonna make sure, and right now, right here, I think we're safe. Maybe not. He just sighs and hugs her tighter. I gotcha.
Alright. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. He kind of reluctantly separates. Well, what time of day is it?
At this
Amity
point, it's
shrugs.
fairly early morning.
All right. Well, not much point in going back to sleep, I suppose. Do you want a cup of tea to hot water while we wait for the others to wake up?
Sure.
Yeah, all right. And Earthendeer will kind of kneel down to build a fire, humming as he does so.
Question.
Yeah?
How do you intend to heat hot said water?
He is going to find some firewood in the tree line and then set it alight with the firebolt.
How do you intend to hold the water?
I have a kettle in my pack.
You mean the one you gave to Casimir?
I gave Casimir the tea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I will see.
He's not giving away his kettle. That's his mother's.
Were you trying to set up your little Perry Mason moment there, Dragna?
How could
All
you
right,
beat
well,
the tea?
You can make
You were
hot
the
water.
murderer.
All right, in that case, I'd say it's easy enough to gather some twigs and assorted kindling from the woods and prepare some hot water.
Yep. The firebolt gets a little out of hand when he tries to light it, and he yelps and kind of looks at his finger. Oh, that's new. Shit. Sorry, Amity.
No worries, you didn't burn me.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, no, my own magic's not gonna... It's fine. But yeah, no, he'll pour them both cups, squeeze a little bit of sugar into both from a little bag in his pack, and then hand one to her. Hey, here, not quite chamomile, but it's still a good antidote for bad dreams.
She takes a sip. I'm gonna let it cool off a bit. It's good.
Okay, yeah, don't burn your tongue.
We were talking about how if when you told us about what you've gone through, that it's good that we learned who you were. I mean, when we had the chance to.
Yeah, Marathondeer looks a little sad. Yeah, I mean, it was odd circumstances, of course, but I'm glad at least it's out, if that makes sense, that I don't have to kind of wonder if it's going to get out in bits and pieces. Sometimes it's nice to just kind of rip off the bandage and let things be.
I know we mentioned maybe me reciprocating over a drink.
Oh, Earthendeer looks up and you see kind of the curl of a smile. Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, by all means. He plops down next to Amity, sipping from his cup. Please, let me know the Amity show. I am a willing audience member.
All right. Well, okay. Some of this is going to be a little bit painful to say, like how the dream was painful. But
would it help if I kept asking questions?
That would actually help a lot.
All right. So, how do you feel about being born? Was it a pleasant experience, or?
Wait, are you serious? Can elves remember the moment they were born?
Oh God, no! Oh, thank goodness. I do not. I remember very little before age 15. No. I mean, I can remember we kind of get a lot more memories to deal with in all of our past lives and junk, but no, we get to skip the diapers.
Oh, past lives. Well, I mean, I guess to answer your question, I'm glad I was born. You know, existing is fun. The universe, it's where I put my stuff.
Yeah. Or he kind of shakes himself. I'm sorry, I'm being glib. So, mind telling me a little about yourself then? Or where you said you mentioned once you're from from a village out in the country. What was it like there?
It's a weird mix of leisurely and having to work a lot. Things are a lot slower, but on the other hand, well, from what I know of bigger cities, when there's certain times like harvest time or early morning when you have to do a lot of work, you know, farming.
Yeah, makes sense.
The nice thing is that sort of everyone knows everyone else. Like, I don't think I could go up to someone in, you know, two random people on the street in Waterdeep and ask each other what the other one's name is. They would be like, who's that?
Nah, probably not. Mine was not anywhere near Waterdeep size, but I definitely didn't know everyone I met. You kind of cluster into neighborhoods, which I guess are just little villages. But yeah, did you like it there? Was it? I mean, I suppose it's home. It's always complicated, but some you look back on fondly.
Of course. I mean, I want to say I still live there. Well, I was there. I mean, even 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, that recently? Oh, awesome. Wow.
Yeah, I never really, you know, moved out permanently. Not yet, at least.
No, that I get that. Why'd you end up leaving then? I know you said the book of fairy tales that you were going to talk to someone about that, but was there another reason?
I wasn't even leaving permanently. I was just going to talk to someone. Actually, it should have been yesterday morning, so I guess I'm a little late for it.
I think
But no,
you
I
have
was-
extenuating circumstances, shall we say.
I was going to, do some business, and then head back.
Okay. That's really cool. Although I do get the sense that's not what you wanted to talk to me about.
Right. It's good to get to know each other better either way.
Oh, I'd
But-
listen to you talk for hours. I'm happy to hear everything you got to say. But, not what we're here for right now.
Well, I guess if anything, being here is probably a good thing for Truffle. You know what pigs are for on farms.
I really cannot say I do.
Well, unlike cows, they give you milk, and chickens, they give you eggs. The only thing that you really use pigs for is that they turn a lot of bad food into good food later on.
Oh, right. Waste exchange. Oh. Oh, is that how you got the little truffle?
Well, no, so he was on another farm in Box House. Why am I saying this name? You've never heard of this place. You will never hear of this place.
I hope I might after this.
If you were to exhaustively list all cities in the world, you might list that one 80% of the way through.
I suppose so, but yeah, no. What happened?
Well, he was on a farm there, and I knew that they tend to take their pigs and turn them into meat in the middle of the winter when it's cold, and that's your best source of food.
Yeah.
Well, that was coming up, and I didn't steal him from the farm. I know people have thought that before, but no, I didn't steal him from the farm. Okay, well, technically.
You took him without asking and left money, didn't you?
Not exactly. It's more that I figure that it wouldn't be stealing if I just sort of told him how to get out.
Earthringer just starts cracking up. You orchestrated his escape attempt. Oh my.
This was like not very long after I even learned that I could talk to animals sometimes.
No, that's brilliant.
He's the
Amity.
first
That's-
animal that I could ever talk to. I was like, what? How are you responding to me?
Oh man, that explains a lot, and that's so you too. It's just like you didn't make him do anything. You just gave him a choice. Wow.
Well,
Damn.
it wasn't much of a choice.
Still, but it means something.
Still, I didn't. It's not like I saved him. At least not yet. He followed us back to Morning Fleet. But all that was going to happen is next year. Pretty soon actually, he was probably going to be. It's not like my family could afford to keep him ourselves. So.
Yeah. Still though, that's.
But now that he's here, I was trying to work up some money, but now that he's here, I guess I don't have to worry about that at all.
Nah, I think
It's not like we're going to need food.
Nope. And
that badly.
And I promise that I'm not thinking about anything of that vicinity again after the basement.
Let's forget about the basement.
I'd like to, but it keeps coming back in my trances. Rather vividly.
I feel you.
You too? I suppose you've been having extra fancy dreams. You might have not have time for regular old nightmares.
I suppose so. They're usually nightmares, though.
Usually being since Barovia, or usually just always?
I've never dreamed this vividly before Barovia. I mean, I've had, nightmares before and normal dreams and nice dreams.
Okay.
As far as I can tell, they have not predicted the future. I have not turned into a raccoon.
Was that an option? I didn't...
No, I once had a dream where I was a raccoon.
Huh.
But no, I'm pretty sure that one did not predict the future.
I mean, when you get to be a powerful enough bard, you can turn into animals if you really want to.
I don't know if I would even choose raccoon.
What
but
would
anyway,
you go for?
Geez, no one's... If I could turn into an... Maybe like a turtle?
Oh, excellent choice. Yeah, no, turtles are wonderful. That's a good one.
They don't have to do anything. They just go around and eat grass.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they have the shells. I just think that they live a peaceful existence.
Erthendir is using every fiber of his being to not say, actually, that would be a tortoise. It's there are visible sweat. There's like visible straining in his brow. That's really cool. But anyway.
Slow and steady wins the race, turtle and the hare.
Yeah.
Everybody does not know the difference between a turtle and a tortoise.
I know she doesn't. This all... I'm glad to know this, and I'm thrilled to know where you got truffle, but none of that sounded... Is there something that kind of is around that you wanted to talk about? Because when you brought it up, it sounded less happy.
Right. I guess even if you were to ask 20 questions, you probably couldn't just squeeze out the exact thing.
I'd rather not. I don't really want to make you go through that.
It's easier when you prompt me to say things anyway, but...
why is that?
So...
Apologies if that's too personal, but...
I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes when I try to talk about something difficult for me, I just sort of clam up, and my instinct is to say nothing for a while. If you let me keep that way, I could probably say nothing for several minutes, and then interject with 2 words, and then keep going.
Well, I don't want that. I like hearing your voice. So
right. But I guess I don't really get why I'm that way. If someone asks me about something, then I find it pretty easy to respond to it.
Okay. Amity, would you mind telling me the thing that is on your mind you've been working up for, but I do not specifically know?
Yeah, right. Okay. So my family in Morningfleet, there's my mother, who is also a tiefling like me. My father, who is not, ordinary human. Older brother and younger sister. The brother's also a human, and the sister's also a tiefling like me.
Wow.
A different color.
You got a big old family.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I always wanted siblings. I never had any.
Yeah. She looks a bit wistful.
That's really cool. Go on.
Amity sort of opens her mouth and then closes again, and then is silent for a little while.
Earthwind Deer kind of puts his fingers in her hair again and just kind of starts rubbing the top of her head. I'm not going to say you should or you gotta, but take your time, all right?
All right. Yeah, she's. There's several minutes where she's just sort of sitting there, allowing, sort of like a ragdolled.
Yeah, Earthendeer just kind of lets her go, and you know, if I said something hard, would that help?
Something hard?
Not
What
to
do you
you.
mean?
I mean, like something that's not easy for me to say. Would that help you feel like you've got a right to do that?
Sure. Or it could also be hard for me. That's fine too.
No. I'd like to keep the hard things for you to a minimum. And then he kind of reconsiders his sentence for a moment, not expanding on that in any way, shape, or form. But all right, the reason I was so kind of cagey yesterday when I was talking about like whether this was a date or not, it's not because I don't like you. I do a lot, actually. It's because the last time I was doing something like this, it wasn't exactly very pleasant. I was with a man that I loved and cherished and practically worshipped the ground he walked on, but he did, and he was happy to have someone who would fix his meals and go to his parties and be there for him. And so I guess I'm used to this sort of thing being about giving and then hoping that you'll get something back. So that's why I was a little hesitant with you, because I don't want to do that again. Not because I think you're gonna like ask more of me than I can give, but because I don't want to just spring to the first thing that makes me happy if I don't mean it, or if
my sister died.
Oh. How?
There was some werewolves that attacked us, the village, once. Never before. And everyone was running to the homes. Can you promise not to hate me for this?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, I was really close to a house, so I got in and I barricaded it up. I put a chair under the doorknob and I ran upstairs and I hid under the covers with a book.
Earthendeer has gone like just his eyes are just wide. God, Amity,
I heard her a minute later pounding on the door.
Yeah. Oh God, Amity, I'm so sorry. How old were you?
I was 14.
He just nods. Me saying that it's all right or that is not going to mean shit right now, is it?
It means something. It means a lot to me what you think of me.
Okay.
I don't know if, I mean, I know now that I would have had time to go down and let her in, and it would have been fine. But I didn't know.
Yeah. And you can't have.
Right, I can't have known.
What was her name?
Anna.
It's a good name. It's a good. Yeah. He's struggling. And then he just kind of wraps his hands around her again and just fists them in her hair. That's so much to have with you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You deserve just... God. Amity,
I've always told myself that I didn't do anything wrong then, and it's not my fault. I've repeated that to myself a lot.
But you can say it over and over, and yourselves the hardest person to convince.
Well, if I said it, well, I said it to myself enough that I convinced at least some part of myself. Just that as long as I don't do anything bad myself, that I'm a good person. But when I met the rest of you and you told me about what you've done, I guess maybe I'm not a good person. Because I didn't try.
Earthrendeer takes a long moment to soak this in. I don't get to tell you whether you're a good person or not. I don't. But I think that it's okay to say that maybe that it might have been a bad thing, but that it's not something you meant, and it's something that you would never do again. Sometimes that's what we're left with.
Amity's crying into Erthrindir's shirt. It is getting all wet. I have done it again, though.
What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't want to endanger myself by going into the winery, right?
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
No, it is not.
When the first time we saw Strahd, I practically told him to take Irina. I just cowered.
You... Okay.
You've been talking about that basement, Altar. You did the right thing there. Even though you talked about maybe sacrificing Truffle, you did the right thing. I wasn't even going to say anything. When Kiva was talking about maybe offering herself up, I just sort of hoped that if I didn't get involved, then I could just get out safely myself. I didn't want to make anything bad happen. I didn't want to make it happen. I mean, me.
Yeah. I'm not going to insult you and tell you that wasn't... that it wouldn't have been better if you had done a different thing. You're not a child. I respect you too much to do that. But my mentor, he was a good man. He trained me for about 15 years, give or take. He told me that some that I've never really been able to put into practice, but I've always tried, that there's a difference between what is your fault and what's a responsibility. You may have had responsibility to morals or to yourself or to God, I don't know. But that's not on your shoulders. It's not your fault.
Right, that's what I tell myself. As long as I don't make it happen, it's not my fault. I don't have the responsibility.
Do you want to?
She just sort of buries her face into Erthindir's chest. I've been seeing how you handle things. You're a good person. I'm not good. I'm not bad. I'm just nice.
Amity, what makes me good that would make you nice? What's the difference?
You're willing to risk parts of yourself. That I mean, I'm willing to be generous and do nice things for other people and make them happy, but you're willing to do that even if it means that maybe you have some permanent failure.
He kind of, his hands kind of start shaking. I don't think I could agree. I don't do this because I think it's the right thing to do, Amity. Not always. I mean, I do, but I do it because I'm angry. I do it because I've had so much that I couldn't change. And just every time I get a chance to have some minuscule bit of agency, do some tiny bit of good with something I can control, I take it. It's not because I'm noble. It's not because I sincerely care about other people, although I'm trying, but I just want a chance to make something better. Not because I'm good, not because I'm better. I just need to not feel like I'm helpless again. That's all. That's all it is. So if you've got me on a pedestal, then I'm happy you've got inspiration, but you don't need to. I'm just a person. I'm just a fucked up elf who should be dead 100 years ago. That's all you've got. Just trying to desperately make up for lost time.
Howdy just does a very tight clinch around him.
He's not crying, but he's kind of looking at the ground like he's trying to bear a hole in it, just very empty. And now I'm fucking taking it out on y'all or whatever, using you as a mechanism so I can feel like I have somebody to help, have something worth doing, as opposed to staring at the wall of my cabin for 40 years. I'm sorry, this is so fucking selfish. You asked about so you could talk, and now I'm...
Selfish? We're talking. You're not being selfish. No, I mean, if you really are doing that just because you want to feel like you have power, like you want to affect things, I mean, maybe that makes me feel a little bit better. Like, maybe there's just no such thing as a good person. And, well, I mean, I'm not saying no one's a good person. I'm just saying how I think of the phrase good person. It's just fairy tales.
I don't give up on fairy tales entirely, alright? Sometimes there are nice things over the horizon. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm good. I don't know if I'm bad. I don't know if I'm worth anything anymore. I have 560 years left of life, and I don't know what I'm going to do with another second of it once I get out of here. But right now, I'm happy to cast my spells and give my advice, even if the others don't care, even if they think that I'm a convenient hangers-on who helps them and who... Fine. But I'm fine. But I'm happy that I could do something, especially for you.
I'm happy that we're here for each other too. I wonder. Sorry, this is an idle thought, but I mean, what makes Kiva do the things that she does?
I don't know. Kiva, I can read better than the others. Metreon's a fractured mirror, which he's getting angry that he can't show us the bits he wants to anymore. And Lillison, I can't even begin to start. I don't know. But Kiva, I think Kiva wants... I think she wants to be loved and she wants to be worth love. And so she does what she thinks will do that. I don't know if it's a good reason. It's a fucking understandable reason, don't get me wrong, but
Even if you only ever did the things you do for pure selfishness, which I don't think it's not pure selfishness, but even if that was why, I wouldn't stop looking up to you. Just
okay.
you know that, right?
I do. But, and he kind of looks her dead in the eyes, suddenly serious. If we're going to do this thing, whatever it is, then know that I know that may be hard, but I want us to be on the same plane so that when you look at me, it's not as something to attain, but as just a person who has good traits and bad traits and is not better or smarter or I'm just me. Erthindiri Ariel. Is that okay with you?
And I'm just Oriana Elvin, someone who wants people to be happy, but is too scared to risk her life or a foot or anything for it.
Maybe.
I'll bake cookies for them.
And if you want, then you may have a chance to be a person who's scared and who sometimes does things anyway. If that's something you'd like, then I'm happy to try and be that with you. And if not, then I am still happy to have you.
I think with that, Amity's happy to just sort of do cuddles and look into the non-existent sunrise.
Yep. As they do, Erthrindir kind of murmurs, "This was a bit much for the first date, wasn't it?"
Better to get it out now than to get this kind of thing out 5 months in.
I suppose. But yeah. I can
Trust me, I know.
Oh my. Was there a man that Erthrindir needs to give a talking to?
No, don't.
I'm joking. I'm
okay,
not that.
good.
God, no, I'm not that
Good.
kind of boy. You not.
Good.
No. You can talk to him yourself if you're more than fucking qualified.
Oh no, everything's fine.
Oh.
No, there's nothing bad.
I gotta know what happened though.
Maybe some other time.
Yeah, that's right. It's getting light. Sorry. And he just kind of puts one last kiss on her cheek and then watches the light dawn.
Okay. And slowly, as the gray light of the Barovian morning comes over the hill of the encampment, the rest of you awaken in the places that you've taken and prepare yourselves for the day to come. As you do, Erthrindir and Amity, presuming you've slept up close to the Vistani tents, you actually do see Luvash make his way out of his wagon and begin speaking with a man and a woman, who then nod and turn to begin saddling and harnessing a pair of horses. And as a number of people spill out from within one of the wagons, Luvash glances over toward you and then continues his conversation.
Suppose that's our caravan. Shall we get our traveling companions?
Let's wake him up.
Yeah. Or actually, before we go, do you want to tell them about this or no?
About us?
Yeah. I mean, not there's a reason that I'd be like, I didn't know what you wanted.
I've got nothing against it. I'm not planning to bring it up myself, but I'm not planning to really hide it unless you want to.
Oh no! I'm just ready for the tease, and it's going to be relentless.
Oh God.
Oh God, Metreon. Oh no.
Oh no. I see it too.
There's going to be so much innuendo. That's hard. Aren't we bards? Isn't that supposed to be our job? Well, let's go face the music.
Oh, sorry, you said whether we should tell them. Did you mean about us, or did you mean about
I meant about us. That
all right.
is staying close to the chest.
I think I'd be okay telling the other people about at least what I've gone through as well.
Okay.
But I guess I won't bring it up unless someone asks.
It's your decision. You're your own woman. Do what's best for you.
That Amity's going to go and wake up Truffle and I guess whoever else is closest.
Truffle happily snuffles awake. I presume Kiva had also been sleeping nearby within the circle of the Vistani camp.
Yeah, she would have eventually gone back there. And in the morning, once she's done with her trance, she would just go over and visit Arabelle, and show her. She's sort of in the middle of the night, sketched a picture of her dressed as the hero from the story that she read from the night before.
You are able to find Arabelle just sitting on the back of the wagon across the one that Luvash is preparing, her little legs dangling over the side. As you present the picture to her, she says, "That is a very nice drawing."
I used to sketch in my free time. Helped me remember things. So
It is beautiful. Thank you. Can I see it?
of course, honey, you can have it. And she'll rip the
thank
page
you.
out of her notebook and give it to her.
She takes it, holding the slightly outside piece of paper in her small hands, looking at it with quite a bit of interest. And then she blinks. "Oh yes, I have to return something. Your friend and I think she was Amity. You are leaving today, yes? I don't believe that I can keep this any longer." And she turns to the side of her and kind of digs under a pile of some clothes and some other items, and kind of digs out from underneath another book a familiar-looking storybook. You can see that it appears to have been a kind of slightly buried under one small doll with buttoned eyes that she kind of very carefully, delicately picks off the cover and sets aside before holding the book out to you. "I think that she should have this. It is a very good book."
I will happily give that back to her, and I'm sure she'll be very pleased that you enjoyed it so much. Obviously, I don't think you're going to be coming with us, but if I'm ever back in this area, I'll make sure to have something else that we can read together.
Well, thank you. That would be very good for my education and further development. And I like hearing stories. So thank you.
Of course. And she'll sort of ruffle her hair a little bit, and then she'll go over, I guess, to make sure to check with Luvash and Aragil to see, if everything's all set.
Aragil does not appear to be present, but you do see Luvash, his arms crossed, as he speaks with a man and a woman, both dressed in the colorful clothes of the Vistani. He gives you a nod as you approach. "Right, so we seem to have what you are looking for. This here, well, if your friends are prepared, then Rosalina and Piotr will be taking you to your destination.
Thank you again for being so hospitable and arranging this for us. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate the position that you're in and how difficult it is to work with us.
He grunts. A favor was owed. It is paid. Now, I cannot guarantee that Rosalina or Piotr will fight for you. They are their own people. But they will travel to Krezk alongside you. And he sighs. As requested, if you require it for some reason, you may travel along the wagon, but do not touch anything.
You have my word.
Good. The woman comes up to you and smiles. All right, so whenever you are ready, we will set off on the road and make our way to Krezk, yes?
Kiva smiles back and says, absolutely, I think everyone else is just getting ready for the morning, so we'll meet you by the wagon then.
Very good. We shall make our way down to the bottom of the hill, and we shall see you shortly. Piotr, come on. Let's get these horses ready. He nods and begins leading them away, the wagon creaking as it begins to make its way down, avoiding some of the piles of dung and making its way down the path of the hill.
All right, Kiva would just sort of give a firm handshake to the Vosh again, and then would head back and find the rest of the group and just let them know that whenever we're ready, the wagon will take us where we're going.
Oh, that worked out. Splendid. Oh, bless. Thanks, Kiva.
It was, he's a tough man, and I can't guarantee that we'll be able to pull any favors from him in the future, but we at least got a wagon to get us thus far.
It means we don't have to walk. That's no small thing. Thank you. And honestly, I think we can handle what comes at us. The roads may be nasty, but we're tough motherfuckers.
You're awfully chipper this morning.
He just kind of gives her a smile. Yeah, certainly am. Had a good night. Good morning. It's been pleasant.
Okay.
Just nice. I had a nice time.
I didn't say anything. I mean, look, there's a lot of Vistani around here, and,
No, not.
Oh, is it one of the elves, or?
He's just, his face is just like heating up rapidly. No, and it wasn't what you were implying either. We just got some time to dance and hang out together, and it was very pleasant.
Oh, okay. Well, just put a sock on the wagon or something.
Think what you want.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, like, having a baby on the road would also be a pain in the ass. So, be careful.
I am not that much of a fool, and also no, that not.
I'm also fucking with you just a little bit.
God damn it, Kiva. He just got it. God, I'm still that easy to wind up. I'm nicely done.
It's okay, though. I mean, I wouldn't have actually known that you'd spent the night with her if you hadn't reacted the way you did, though. So you might want to work on that before you talk to the others about it.
They're gonna know.
Oh, yeah, it's really obvious. You're, like, smiling more than I've ever seen you smile in the history of me knowing you, so...
Nice. Fuck it.
She's a lovely girl, and if you hurt her in any way...
You'll cut my head off. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly. That's lovely. We don't even have to have the conversation. She's gonna, like, slap him on the shoulder with, like, a little bit more force just to really nail it in there.
All right.
And then she'll walk away.
Thanks. Really appreciate the talk. Then he's going to go and find Lillison and Metreon.
Well, Metreon passed out at the base of a tree, so you would have to go towards those trees to find him. But yeah, he's still kind of just passed out, slumped over, half-empty wineskin in his hand, just kind of crumpled up.
Yo, big guy.
Ow.
Yeah, that'd be the hangover and the tree.
Oh, just mostly the tree. Well, we going?
Yep, you got like 20 minutes. You can do what you need to.
Yeah, thank you. And kind of like touches his face and realizes he didn't take off his makeup. So he just kind of goes through his bag and starts to rifle through his disguise kit and touches everything up.
All right. Good stuff. And he will move on to Lillison.
Lillison is awake and in the middle of rolling up her bedroll at the edge of the forest, probably quite a bit away from Metreon this time.
Hey, heading out in 20 minutes.
All right. Is everybody else up already?
Yeah, well, Metreon's up. He is not upright, but small steps.
Well, if need be, I suppose we could always carry him, but
yes. You can carry him.
I am not carrying him.
Well, I'm not carrying him, and I'm not making Amity carry him, and I'm also not. He can walk. He's a big boy.
I'm sure we can get a favor from Kiva if necessary.
I am not owing her any favors right now. She knows too much already.
Does she now?
I'm not even going to try with you. Yeah, no, me and Amity are a thing. Tentatively.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know if it'll last. I'd like it to, but, we're terrified. Everything's... And I'm not making any promises, but she is very lovely.
Lillison just nods and continues rolling her bedroll up.
All right. Yeah, Arithmetic will find the group.
Okay. You are able to get everyone together, including as they make their way around the side of the hill to join you. Irina and Ismark do wave slightly blearily, but join you. Irina waving. Good morning. I presume that we will be heading out then?
Yeah, just a few minutes there. And Metreon kind of stretches and cracks his back a bit as he stands up and kind of, without asking, pulls himself up off the ground using Ismark's body.
He grunts. Right. So, I suppose then the sooner we can get to Krezk and the Abbey, the better. I suppose that... is there anything more that we must do here, or...?
No, I think you have the right idea. The sooner the better.
Right, good. Okay then. And as he looks around, is there anyone who is not ready to leave yet?
I think we're all good.
Amity got her book back, right? If so.
Yes, if Kiva would like to deliver that.
Oh yeah, Kiva would absolutely give that back to her and just say that she was very appreciative of all of the stories.
Wonderful. Yeah, ready to go.
You make your way to the base of the hill, near where the trail from the forest meets it. There you see the Vistani wagon. You see Rosalina and Piotr in the front. Rosalina offering a small wave. All right, then. If you are ready to go, then we shall make our way through these trees. Come along.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, it is the least we can do for Luvash.
Perhaps. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. She looks a bit impatient, but nods as the rest of you make your way over, and with that, sets the reins of the horse, who begins making its way down the trail, away from the encampment, which slowly begins to vanish into the trees behind you. You hear the steady clip-clop of the horse's hooves as it makes its way down the old dirt road. And as you slowly make your way from the edge of the path toward the Svalich Wood, you hear a distant rumbling, and a trickle of rain begins to fall, a light drizzle arising and sending a soft mist spilling across the floor of the road. Both Vistani exchange glances and pull travelers' cloaks and hoods over their heads.
Jack, were you saying something?
Oh no, I was just saying Metron puts his hood up. Make sure the makeup doesn't run.
It's not long then before you meet the Svalich Road. The old gnarled trees verging on either side of the old muddy path. As the wagon turns, it begins making its way westward along the tree line and aimed toward Krezk and the Abbey of St. Markovia. Leaving the old rotted cottages beyond Vallaki and the encampment behind, you travel west until the silver ribbon of the Luna River comes into view once more. Together you cross over the bridge over the Luna River, the wagon's wheels rattling slightly in the misty drizzle, coming to the Luna River crossroads and proceeding forth, ignoring both the northern and southern branches as you proceed west. Another 10 minutes after your departure from the crossroads, the drizzle intensifies into a pitter-patter rain before it mounts further, the rain coming heavier and harder upon your shoulders and the tops of your cloaks. Distant rumbles of thunder echoing in the sky. You can watch as the horses exhale deep, hot breaths of mist into the chill, stormy air. Your guides and drivers hunch themselves once more, pulling the cloaks tighter over their heads and continue on through the downpour. You continue on forward. Before long, passing on past the dark, grayish trail that verges southward away from the main road. And after passing by the northern trail, which you had seen wagon tracks receding up a previous day, you come to the Raven River crossroads. As you look out over the area here, the familiar landscape, you do notice that there's a notable lack of a certain corpse. The horse carcass appears to have been removed, though by what means or purpose you cannot tell. But you can see a large, deep-ish trail in the dirt, which seems to indicate something moving through into the wind, vanishing into the tree line.
Yeah, Metron kind of shudders as they pass that area and looks to the others, see if there's any reaction from them.
Oh, I forgot about Sunflower.
Lillison's gonna look at that track and see if it can be discerned, like which direction the large something might have been dragged.
It appears to have been dragged at least to the southwestern side of the crossroad. You can't make out over much more detail than that.
Okay.
Unless you'd like to hunt further into the trees, but...
No, not gonna leave the safety of this group right at the moment.
Very fair. So, with a silent nod, Rosalina and Pyotr continue on forward, the carriage marching now northwest, bending across the bridge as it makes its way across another winding river. And as you proceed forward, the second or so hour of your travel approaching its close, a new sight begins to come into view. The road here continues on to the west, vanishing into the trees. Visible above the western tree line, you see standing a silent wall of mist, towering hundreds of feet into the sky and vanishing into the clouds. Here, however, the road also branches north and climbs a rocky escarpment, ending at a gatehouse built into a 20-foot high wall of stone, reinforced with buttresses every 50 feet or so. The wall encloses a settlement on the side of a snow-dusted mountain spur. Beyond the wall, you see the tops of snow-covered pines and thin white wisps of smoke. The somber toll of a bell comes from a stone abbey that clings to the mountainside high above the settlement. The steady chime is inviting, a welcome change from the deathly silence and oppressive fog to which you have grown accustomed. It's hard to tell at this distance, but there seems to be a switchback road clinging to the cliffs that lead up from the walled settlement to the abbey. The wagon stops, and Fyodor turns toward you. We have reached Krezk. It appears that our journey together has ended.
You will not be venturing inside?
No. We will be returning.
Ah, very well. Thank you very much for your companionship.
He nods curtly.
Very good. Be well.
And
He
you.
nods to his companion, who snaps the reins of the horse, begins turning, the wagon's wheels rattling as it recedes into the woods along the eastern path behind you. And before long, you are alone, standing at the base of the hill upon which Krezk sits.
DM, is that bell that I'm hearing, is that actually going on, or is that just ambience from the...
You do actually hear a bell. It's not quite as regular as the background noise would indicate, but that is what it sounds like.
Okay, and from this distance, does there look like any kind of activity? Any sign of life?
Make a perception check.
That's going to be a big ol' 18.
Ooh.
You can just faintly see what seems to be a pair of figures, silhouettes perhaps, atop the wall next to what seems to be a gatehouse.
Okay. He'll make a mental note of that. Is there anything that I can glean from them? Their appearance, their gait?
It's fairly far away. That's
Okay.
all the detail you can make out at this distance.
Well, shall we?
Let's get out of the rain.
So
I mean,
what's
this
the
looks
plan?
promising, though, right? I mean, they've got big walls, and seems like it's an okay place.
Should be shielded from, like, beasts, at least. That's something.
Yeah, we were supposed to be safe in Valaki too, so I mean,
Yeah, no, I'm not exactly waiting
keep
for
your
us
guard
to.
up.
Yeah, of course.
Perhaps the leadership here, at least, will be more reasonable. It would be rather difficult to be less reasonable.
You're telling me. So no punching these in the face, Kiva. Unless they really
Until-
deserve it.
Yes, until they demonstrate that they deserve it.
Then I will help.
Kiva just holds her hands up, like, okay, okay.
Well then. Yeah, I guess Berthendir's gonna step forward.
Do we just knock?
Maybe yell. Hello? God, what was that
You
accent?
are pretty far away. If you'd like, you can approach.
Oh, yes.
We are
that is-
close.
Yes.
Yeah, you are double the distance that you can currently see on screen.
Oh, right, yeah, we're approaching.
Okay. You make your way forward, leaving the main path of the Svalich Road as you make your way along the northern branch. The air growing colder as you approach the walled settlement. Two square towers with peaked roofs flank a stone archway into which is set a pair of 12-foot tall, iron-bound wooden doors. Carved into the arch above the doors is a name, Krezk. The walls you can see extending from the gatehouse here tower above you, but don't quite reach the peak of the roofs of the gatehouse itself. Atop the parapet, you can see 4 figures wearing fur hats and clutching spears. They stand atop the gates, looking down at you, watching slightly nervously. As you approach, one of them shouts down, "Who goes there?"
Good afternoon. We are a group of travelers escorting the son and daughter of the late burgomaster of the village of Barovia.
The man nods down at you. Right. What do you want?
We would like safe passage within your walls, and I believe we are to visit the abbey.
They immediately move to confer amongst themselves, the man speaking in quiet tones that you cannot quite hear. Then he turns down. "I'm afraid I can't allow you inside myself. Please wait here. Briefly, I'll fetch the burgomaster."
Thank you very much.
The man vanishes from the top of the wall, and you hear the sound of footsteps descending, what sounds like some kind of wooden stairs or ladder. A minute passes, then 2.
If they've got to confirm every visitor with their leadership, then they are impressively paranoid.
Metreon looks back at Irina and Isbark. Do you both have maybe like some, I don't know, diplomatic thing that you can pull off, just in case we got any issue? Say, "Hey, I'm a burgomaster's son and daughter. You got let us in."
I don't think we need to worry about that.
Oh, okay. Well, just multiple plans,
Yeah. Yeah, I think Lillison's got this.
Mark frowns. "I do not know much about Krezk. I'm not sure how much our family name would weigh here. The burgomaster, I'm told, is a man named Dmitry Krezkov. But he seems to be I don't know if paranoid is the polite term, but certainly protective, given how fortified the village seems to be."
All right. Then we'll be nice and non-threatening. We're not mentioning vampires or monsters or anything. We're just travelers.
They
Smiles,
seem
everybody.
They seem like very good traits to have in a leader of a place where we want sanctuary.
Oh, I'm not complaining. Just does mean it's going to be a bit harder, but I got faith in you. I know you can do it. And he's going to hand Lillison a die of bardic inspiration.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes, 4 minutes pass. After 8 minutes of waiting, you hear footsteps once more climbing up the opposite side of the wall. You see the guardsman returning, but this time he is joined by an older man, dark brown skin, entirely balding on the top of his head, with thick, fuzzy, gray-white eyebrows. The rest of his hair coming off from the top of his head, but in thick, fierce mutton chops that start around his ears, with thick, wiry, gray-white hair that starts from his ears and goes down to a well-trimmed beard just below his chin. He wears well-made, though slightly aged, blue robes with very ornate, what seems to be white thread and patterns that broaden into the sleeves, with several metallic buttons that glint in the gray-white light. Wearing over his shoulders, you can see beneath a light blue collar, a rather firm-looking breastplate. And as he looks down, he certainly carries himself with the air of both a warrior and a man who knows what he's doing and expects others to respect that. He glances down at you. "Good morning. I'm told that you're looking into passage into my village. I am Burgomaster Krezkov."
Lillison straightens up, almost unconsciously, and she gives him a deep nod, almost a half bow, and says, "Good morning, Burgomaster. Yes, we seek safe passage within your walls. We are escorting the son and daughter of the late Burgomaster of the village of Barovia," and she gestures over towards Ismark and Irina, "who have some business to attend to in the Abbey, I believe."
He glances over Ismark and Irina. Well, welcome to Krezk. I'm honored that you've come to our village. He pauses for a moment, looks thoughtful. Well, we are always glad to welcome visitors from our sister settlements. So, the two of you, we are certainly glad to have you, though I hope that nothing untoward has driven you so far from home. How fares Burgomaster Indirovich? Ismark coughs. I am afraid that our father has no longer with us. We were hoping to seek shelter here. Us and our friends. Kreskov nods down toward him. I am sorry to hear that. Well, the two of you I am more than glad to welcome, but I am afraid that your friends cannot pass through Krezk walls.
Lillison looks up and says, "Surely you would not leave us all standing out here in the cold."
He shakes his head. I know by the look of you that you are outsiders. I've seen some who call themselves seekers of adventure, and I do not begrudge your foreignness to our lands or your choice of lifestyles, but in either case, none enter these lands without the permission of the devil in Castle Ravenloft. I cannot tell whether you be his friend nor foe, but in either case, I am afraid that those that are alien to Barovia are not those that I can comfortably welcome within our walls, be they enemies or allies of the creature in Castle Ravenloft. I am sure you can understand.
Kiva just looks at Lillison like, you better say something or I will.
Lillison's hand that doesn't have the gem and chain squeezes very briefly into a fist, and then she relaxes it again. She looks over towards Irina, and then she looks up at Kreskov and says, "I very much commend you for the discretion that you show in attempting to protect those for whom you bear responsibility. I should hope that the long days, weeks really, that we have spent with Irina Kolyana and Ismark Kolyanovich have shown that we are people whom they would be willing to vouch for, and I should hope that you would take their word should they wish to vouch for us. Surely you should understand that we also do not wish them to go into a place where we might not be there to protect them. I do not think it would be unreasonable of you to allow us to accompany them." And she is going to cast Subtle Suggestion.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes, mama!
That's our girl.
In case you don't see a roll in the chat, that's because I pre-rolled this.
Ah. Oh.
Dimitri pauses for a moment, blinking. He glances over Ismark and Irina. And you would vouch for these outsiders, these strangers? Mark and Irina nod. I would trust them with my life, Burgomaster Krezk. The Burgomaster nods. Very good. Open the gates. We'll see our visitors in.
Yes.
The guards exchange glances, and with that you hear steps beginning to make their way down from the top of the wall. As a few moments later, you hear the creaking and groaning of the old, heavy wooden gate doors. And as the gates to Krezk slowly begin to open to you, that is where we will end it for today's session.
Kaya, you're a legend.
It worked! It finally worked!
Yeah.
Saving throw.
He pre-rolled a 12.
Alright.
Millicent's magic is working. We love it.
Yay.
We love positive reinforcement.
Yeah, no, that's our girl.
I like how
God bless.
this session began with a very terrible use of suggestion and ended with a very good use of suggestion.
Yes.
The moral of the
suggestion
story is mess with people's minds as much as you possibly can.
Absolutely.
But only when you can get away with it.
Obviously.
Retweet.
Whew.
You know what? You made it from point A to point B. That's good enough for me.
I mean, that's all you can ask for.
That's even in my book.
Yep, likewise. That
The
was,
more
And we
do random
finally
RP.
got here.
Yes.
oh, it's time for pain.
So
Yeah.
we can delay that pain by
Yes.
having a snowman building episode.
Yes,
An entire episode of just Erthrindir and Amity figuring out what an elven date actually is.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Building snowmen. Oh my god, can you guys make like snow people out of the entire party?
Oh, yeah.
Wholesome. Man, alright. And after all that time I spent this morning prepping the Abbey.
I'm sorry.
You should know better by now.
Hey, it's less work for next week.
Point.
Alright.
Just prep
Beautiful.
10 minutes ahead of where we are.
Well, thank you to everyone who joined us today. As always, we will see you back in the mists next week. Usually this is the part where I say something vaguely spooky or mysterious, but I'm just going to say, let's get these folks therapy. Jesus fucking Christ. And
need
take
it.
care.
We need
We'll
it.
see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Ciao.